The hour of 5:30 having arrived, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, November 15th, 2022, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Heck. Here. Madison. Here. Miadze. Paulson.
Here.
Fair.
Here.
Tischler.
Here.
Verveer.
Here.
Vitiver. Wahelier.
Here.
Abbas. Benford.
Present.
Bennett.
Here.
Carter.
Present.
Conklin. Here. Curry. Here. Evers.
Here.
Figueroa Cole. Here. Foster.
Here.
Furman.
Present.
Harrington McKinney.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. So a couple of things before we start tonight's action. I'm going to endeavor to remember when we hit the 2-hour mark so that we can take a break at that point in time, but you all should feel free to remind me if you need a break. I would encourage us, we're going to hear from a number of folks in the public tonight. Obviously, we want to hear the fullness of what they have to say. They do start with a 3-minute limit. If alders wish to grant more time, which I would not encourage, I would strongly encourage you to put a limit on that time. So an additional minute, additional 30 seconds, whatever it might be. And then similarly, if we get into questions for registrants, I would encourage us to keep those questions succinct on both sides of the question, if at all possible. And as always, I'd ask that we try and be kind to each other, assume good intent. We're all here to do the business of the city. And I do ask that everyone refrain from using profanity in your remarks, whether you're on the council, on staff, or here as a registrant. With that, are there any disclosures or recusals on any items on today's agenda or on our subsequent nights, should we need them? Seeing none, we'll take up public comment. And just so everyone understands the order of business here, we'll be taking all of the public comment first. We'll then have questions for registrants. I think we can probably pause after the capital budget comment, do those questions, and then go into the operating budget comment, do those questions. And then we will take up first the capital budget and its amendments, and then the operating budget and amendments, and then finish out our agenda. I'm hopeful, but it seems unlikely that that will all happen tonight. In the case that it doesn't, we will be back tomorrow night, and please God, not on Thursday, but it's there if we need it. When we get to the amendments, we'll also, and again here, please don't hesitate to remind me if I forget, we'll be asking finance staff to give us updates after every amendment on what the impact is, and particularly once we get to operating, what additional levy is left. So I think that covers our procedures, but certainly feel free to ask questions along the way if you need to. And I just want to thank and recognize the staff and the registrants who are in the room with us tonight. We appreciate you being here in person. Not that we don't appreciate you, those of you on Zoom, but we always like to see people's smiling faces in person. All right, so on agenda item 1, the 2023 executive capital budget. I'll remind you all, you have 3 minutes. There is no need to use the entire 3 minutes. If you can make your point more quickly than that. Our first registrant is Allison Bell-Byrne of District 12, to be followed by Gwen Long, to be followed by Michael Notaro. And if you're in the room, please come to one of the microphones in the front. If you're on the Zoom, our tech staff can unmute you. Do we have Allison? Does not appear that we have Allison in the room. Is she on the Zoom?
Mayor, there's no person in by that name in attendance on Zoom.
Okay. Then next is Gwen Long from District 9, to be followed by Michael Notaro, to be followed by Rhonda Adams.
Stand?
Yep.
Hi. Hi. So my name is Gwen Long, and I live at Saw Creek Drive here in Madison. And as you walk through Saw Creek Woods, you will see hawks, migratory birds, possibly some deer, turkey, occasionally red foxes, and bats fluttering in the evening. And I invite all of you to please come over to Saw Creek Woods and walk through it. It's absolutely beautiful and stunning. It's a great, you understand why we love this waterway and creek so much. It's a 30-acre woods on the northwest side of town. Friends of Saw Creek Woods supports some long overdue maintenance of the stream, the 2 retaining ponds and woodland. But it really must be done with citizen participation and using environmentally sound actions by the city. We speak tonight for the community, got us here, who live along these woodlands and are permanently affected by the actions taken in this woods. The silting of Wexford Retention Pond that this project is to help is caused by, I've been told by the DNR, is caused 60% by street runoff, which is leaves, branches, garbage, and street sand. Dredging the creek will not resolve 60% of the silting problem in the Wexford ponds. In 2015 and 18, they also propose and have maps of bike paths that would run within feet of people's back doors who've lived there for 40 years. The city has completed phase 1 and 2 of this Saw Creek restoration project from the Beltline to High Point Road. This caught the attention of the neighborhood due to the massive number of trees removed, the loss of wildlife, and the loss of sound barriers. Friends of Saw Creek formed to try to work with city engineering on phase 3 and 4 to save as many trees and stop the unwanted bike path. This beautiful woods is too important to lose. So many other woods throughout Madison have been lost to watershed projects, commercial developments, road widening, and tree diseases. Commercial developments are what has caused the challenges along Saw Creek, yet we, the taxpayers, are paying the price without knowledge of or meaningful input in city engineering planning. During COVID, the number of people hiking the woods and trails seeking solace and green space has increased. Once these 100-year-old trees and woods are gone, they're gone, not to return in our lifetimes. An unbiased environmental impact study and trained arborists are needed to be involved in the planning of this project. Throughout the city, where the trees have been removed, you'll notice that parks and golf courses have become wet and boggy because the tree roots are so important to absorb the water from the ground. If you go along Hayne Park, you notice it's constantly a water-filled park because there's a lack of trees. They've planted a few lately, but it's going to take 20 years for them to work.
About 15 seconds.
Grass is planted along. So Madison taxpayers and Friends of Saw Creek are appealing to the Common Council not to fund budget item 732264, 11665, the stormwater.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Michael Notaro of District 9, to be followed by Rhonda Adams, to be followed by Michelle Ord.
I have 380 petitions from the neighborhood.
Ma'am,
also asking
that's
to
your
stop.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Michael Notaro, a climate scientist for over 20 years with a PhD in atmospheric science, who lives with my family on Saw Creek Drive. I urge the city government to reject the budget line item for the Saw Creek Greenway restoration at this time, and instead to work with the local experts in the neighborhood association to develop a shared vision of an ecologically friendly plan for the Greenway that will not significantly disrupt the Greenway's rich diversity of ecological habitats, abundant tree population, wildflower diversity, and wildlife habitat. The benefits of an urban forest include carbon sequestration to lower the concentration of atmospheric greenhouse gases, amelioration of the urban heat island effect by reducing extreme summer heat, advanced evapotranspiration and reduced runoff from increasingly extreme precipitation events, support of biodiversity, and shelter and food for local wildlife. An urban forest with 5,595 trees, as in the Greenway, likely absorbs about 270,000 pounds of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere each year, thereby aiding our community in combating the runaway greenhouse effect and associated rapid climate change. Through Executive Order 52, Governor Evers declared that climate change is a grave threat to the health, safety, and economic well-being of people and communities throughout the state of Wisconsin, while urging the state work closely with the expert at UW and Wisconsin Initiative on Climate Change Impacts, or WICI, to protect Wisconsin's livelihood and natural resources. WICI's 2021 assessment report states that Wisconsin should maintain and expand forest cover and urban tree canopy, given that large tree cover can play a big role in helping urban areas become more resilient to climate change. Likewise, the Madison Sustainability Plans that states the city should minimize loss of tree cover and green space. The Saw Creek Greenway represents an excellent opportunity to act upon those state and city level plans for making environmentally friendly land use decisions that will protect this and future generations from the growing threats of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rhonda Adams of District 18, representing the River Food Pantry, to be followed by Michelle Orge, to be followed by Lynn Montgomery.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Adams, the Executive Director of the River Food Pantry. I've worked at the river in several capacities over the past almost 10 years, and serving our community each day is some of the most challenging and rewarding work I have ever known. While my goal was to work myself out of a job, sadly that hasn't happened. Food insecurity is real. It still exists, and it will for quite some time. To meet this challenge, the river has developed 7 mutually supportive programs addressing various aspects of the problem. Curbside groceries, take-home meals for families, a mobile meal program called Munch, a delivery program for the homebound, an online ordering system, an express grocery program, and a collaborative partnership with 18 neighborhood organizations in the city of Madison. The River is a community-founded and community-focused organization. Each of our services were developed in response to the needs expressed by those we serve, and our program evolutions are guided by constant client feedback. Yet, whatever changes arise, one constant is that food insecurity remains a major factor in the lives of too many of our neighbors. Prior to the pandemic, a study conducted by Dane County Public Health determined that nearly 12% of the county's population and 18% of children specifically were coping with food insecurity. During the pandemic, demand across the community surged, and while public health conditions have shifted since 2020, need remains high due to record inflation and the lingering effects of COVID on many households. A 2021 community needs assessment conducted by 4 Dane County hospitals reports that 49% of participants named nutrition as a very critical health need, with over 54% of BIPOC individuals in particular citing this as an important issue. Last week at the River, from Tuesday through Friday, we served 810 households, or over 2,000 individuals, just through our 3 grocery programs. And on Saturday alone, we served 143 households, or almost 450 individuals. We also provided over 1,800 take-home meals and another 543 munch meals through mobile distribution in 19 underserved neighborhoods in the city of Madison. Today alone, we served 270 households as we distributed holiday groceries, including turkeys. Next week, we anticipate serving over 2,000 take-home fully prepared Thanksgiving meals. Madison residents' need
About
for food
30
is clear.
seconds.
Sorry?
30 seconds.
Which is why the River also needs your support. The small size and inefficient design of our current facility prohibits any further growth in services. Just as important, we face a fast approaching timeline as we need to find a new home before our lease expires in 2024. We estimate that the land purchase and building construction will take at least $6.7 million, a major effort for us. Thus, $1 million in support from the city is critical not only for maintaining current services
Thank you.
past
That's your time.
2024.
Our next registrant is Michelle Orge of District 16, representing Second Harvest, to be followed by Lynn Montgomery, to be followed by John Clark.
Hello, thank you. My name is Michelle Orge. My pronouns are she, her, hers.
Sorry,
I'm
Michelle. For mispronouncing your name.
Oh, it's okay. I'm used to it. I'm the CEO of Second Harvest Food Bank of Southern Wisconsin. I'm speaking for the city amendment to support the River Food Pantry. Second Harvest has worked closely with the River and recognizes it as an essential part of the network of food support programs in Dane County. Last fiscal year, we distributed nearly 18 million pounds in our 16 county service area, with 2 million pounds of that going to the River. Not only is the river our largest partner, supporting hundreds of households daily, we've also designated them as our first redistribution organization, which allows them to distribute to other organizations we don't reach in our own distributions. There are currently nearly 20 such partners working with the river in that capacity. Our vision is that everyone in our community has enough nutritious food to thrive. This vision is intended to be realized through partnerships. We are currently distributing food at levels rivaling the height of the pandemic. We're working hard to get more food out into the community to folks who need this support, but without the capacity of partners, we don't get far. Without the river as a strong partner, we won't get far. I encourage you to provide full funding support to them so they continue to do their vital work in Dane County to support folks facing food insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Lynn Montgomery of District 4, representing the Dane County Sheriff Huber Program, to be followed by John Clark, to be followed by Jermaine Alfred.
I'm here on behalf of the River Food Pantry. My name's Lynn Montgomery. I'm the Volunteer Services Coordinator for the Dane County Sheriff's Office Volunteer Program. The volunteer program was created over 24 years ago. Our volunteer program sends jail residents out to provide volunteer labor to various nonprofits throughout the city of Madison and Dane County. By sending jail residents into the community, it helps them acquire a variety of job skills and prepares them for future jobs. When our jail resident volunteers are out to volunteer, they are able to earn a day off their sentence for every 8 hours they volunteer. This helps them get back into the community faster. The Dane County Sheriff's Office Volunteer Program has been working with the River Food Pantry for over 16 years. During those 16 years, we have provided the river with 222,721 volunteer hours of labor. In return, the River Food Pantry has provided hundreds of jail residents with an opportunity to volunteer in the community in a supportive environment that teaches various work skills while helping build self-esteem. Skill building at the river includes accountability, such as arriving on schedule, being on time, and good communication with staff. It also includes safe food handling, kitchen skills, stocking shelves, following supervisors' instructions, customer service, custodial skills, operating a pallet jack, and learning how to positively interact with a variety of people. Over the years, there have been more than a dozen jail resident volunteers that have been offered jobs at the river. Currently, there are 2 former volunteers that are now valuable permanent staff members of the river team. The River Food Pantry has made a huge positive difference for thousands of families and people in the city of Madison and hundreds of people incarcerated over the last 16 years. Not only have our people been positively impacted by the volunteering at the river, but they have helped make a positive impact for others in the city of Madison. It's been amazing to watch how the river has grown over these last 16 years, and an honor to have been a small part of that growth. It's been a win-win relationship for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Clark from the River Food Pantry and District 6, to be followed by Jermaine Alfred, to be followed by Georgia Allen.
Hello, I'm John Clark, currently pantry coordinator at the River Food Pantry. We help a lot of households with food insecurity, economic workshop throughout our programs. I feel that it's equally important to know that volunteering at the River Food Pantry improves people's lives. We all benefit from good working happening at the River Food Pantry. My own introduction to the River Food Pantry came from volunteering as part of the Huber program of Dane County Jail. The river was an important resource while I was in jail. It allowed me to get away from the negativity elements and space of the jail system. Getting into more trouble and picking up bad habits. Volunteering at the River Food Pantry put me in a different path, one that allowed me to help others. As soon as someone goes to jail, society tends to see the worst in them. And this expectation shadows the path shadows the evolution outcome by anticipating the worst in people. That is often exactly what you get. When I first registered for the first shift at the River Food Pantry, I didn't know what I expected. I was a bit nervous about how it would turn out. I figured it would be I figured I'd be isolated and assigned manual labor tasks from other people. From the first moment I walked into the river, there was a lot of stuff going on. Instead of separating me from others, they invited me to work closely with other people, volunteers. They respected me for my character and my contribution. This helped me open up and trust other people, which is often hard for people that have been through incarceration. Staff and volunteers listen to me.
You
And
have
it-
about 30 seconds left.
All right. Now I want to share a little bit about many moments of people who came to the river through the incarceration. It helped me and helped a lot of people that have dealt with this problem. I tend to be helping other people as well that go through the program to show them that there is a light past incarceration. It shows that, hey, you're not there alone, you're here with everybody else.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Jermaine Alfred of District 20, to be followed by Georgia Allen, to be followed by Dana Stokes. Do we have Jermaine? Doesn't look like Jermaine is in the room. And
Mayor, there's no person in Zoom by that name.
thank you. All right, then Georgia Allen of District 20, to be followed by Dana Stokes, to be followed by Nikkei Romashko.
Hello, my name is Georgia Allen. I am a former client and volunteer at the River. I am in support of the city amendment to support the River Food Pantry. I would like to share a little of my story, how the River helped me and those in similar situations. I grew up in a female-led family, a female-led household of 5, moving between circumstances of poverty and working poor. During childhood and later as a working single mother, I relied on food pantries to help chart a path to financial self-sufficiency. Dependence on public benefits alone was exhausting, precarious, and even traumatic due to the benefit cliffs and the many barriers that arise when trying to make that socioeconomic jump from working poor to the middle class. However, with the support from the River, I was able to bridge food gaps while paying for necessities such as rent, childcare, and utilities, all of which are prerequisites for economic advancement. The pantry was a vital resource. My family and I were able to bridge many basic needs because the River made support accessible. Once I was able to reach my goal of middle-class self-sufficiency, I became a volunteer to support the amazing impact the River has on other lives and be a bridge for upward mobility. I really wanted to help others find the same well-being my family found, and the River truly meets people where they are and enables families to break generational cycles of poverty. So I have been blessed to contribute to the River's impact on households all around Madison and surrounding communities. The River's staff, board, and volunteers truly listen to the voices of the people they serve, and the River always adapts to the changing community needs. The River has made the most of their space to meet the growing needs and unprecedented times through various services that fill common gaps in support. As a former executive director of the Road Home, an organization fighting homelessness in Dane County, I can attest that the River's redistribution partnership was a key to helping many families. During my tenure there, the River has supported over 60 families, providing access to food and basic household items. The River's work and its collaboration with others, the River has helped many households back onto their path of financial stability. And by supporting the River today, you all too can help people not only weather some of life's darkest moments, but also lay the groundwork for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dana Stokes from Fitchburg, to be followed by Nikkei Romashko, and then Chibuzar Valentine Oka.
Hi, everybody. My name's Dana. I was impressed with the varieties of ways the River Food Pantry connects with the community. I've been coming to the River Food Pantry for over 7 years, and I'm just like really impressed with how they changed their ways to helping the community and being connected with the community, like their drive up and their e-pantry online, Pantry Express. When it's a long line of cars, the river always has a plan to get the people served quickly and sufficiently. But I think that the River Food Pantry, if they had a bigger facility, it would help them service more families like mine and others. I like the river because they have been there when I needed them the most. I have been a client of the rivers for 7 years, like I said, and I'll also volunteer there as much as I can, just because I like being connected with the community. I like networking. I know people who don't like going there or to any food pantries, but I go and tell them my experience, and they're like, hey, okay, we went, and yeah, you're right. It was an easy, smooth transaction or transition. So that's the main thing. People don't they don't like the hassle of waiting or something. But the reason I go to the river is like genuinely they make a plan to get those people served and out of there, and I like that. I genuinely love helping others. That's why I started volunteering at the river. And I am a single mother of two, and so the resources that the river provides, it actually is essential to my family because sometimes I just, you need to pay for gas and you need to pay for rent. So that's when it's a good opportunity, especially with all of the prices going up with gas and food. It's a really good alternative than going to the grocery store because I really, got to provide for my family in other ways. So, but yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next registrant is Nikkei Romashko of District 13, to be followed by Chibuzar Valentine Oka, to be followed by Janice Bundley. Do we have Nikkei?
Oh, we do. On the phone, it's *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, hi, this is Nikki Romashko. I hope that you can hear me. I wish to express my strong support for the River Food Pantry. I'm going to read something that I wrote maybe 6 months ago that still stands very strong today. I've been using the river's services in one form or another for over 6 years and it's made a real difference in my life and the lives of other people I know. I grew up fairly poor and live in poverty now, so having the river here for me has been a godsend. Food became very scarce at one point. Before the pandemic, I collected groceries from the river in person. The staff and volunteers at the river are always welcoming and treat everyone visiting them with respect and care. Since the start of COVID lockdowns, I've had a double mastectomy and am currently undergoing treatments for Hodgkin's lymphoma and colon cancer. This means that visiting the pantry is difficult, but I am still able to get my weekly groceries through their home delivery service if I wanted. Without these groceries, I would not have been able to afford food due to necessary medical costs, home health care, etc. The river has always been there to provide food as well as the availability for me to ask for support if I need it. The river always provides nutritious food, which in my experience is something that other organizations often do not have access to. I have allergies to food, and the river provides options that work. I live in the Triangle neighborhood of Madison, which is a very diverse area. There are 4 apartment buildings plus a nearby Hmong community in Bayview, which they're redoing. I've spoken with other residents of these communities who also use the river services, so the river's work expanding options is very beneficial. Providing a variety of foods is a wonderful thing. And from the heart, I hope that this council can hear that there are so many people that do rely on the river and that we all support what the river is doing and believe in what the river is doing. And my hope is that this council can hear that we want
About 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. We want to have backing to this wonderful organization and to the people who are behind it. And I want to just say that Rhonda Adams is a very wonderful person who makes things happen, and everybody who works there makes things happen. And so I just want to say that. So that is my piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Chibuzar Valentine Oka of District 5, to be followed by Janice Bundley, to be followed by Lori Gibson.
Hi, my name is Chibuzar Valentine Oka. Here to speak on behalf of River Food Pantry. It's an opportunity for me at least to share something that has been most important to me, which was food security and how to have survived. We moved over to America in late December 2019, and before you could know it, the doors were shut and we were in COVID lockdown. So my wife came with a 9-month-old son, and we had another baby coming. So I became a stay-at-home dad, and I had to work mostly in the night. So the task of making meals, organizing the grocery, diapers, wipes, and all fell on my lap. And it was an interesting journey, but with Rivers, I think I can never have had it easier because they made it much better for me because we eat our local food and I couldn't access it, and I had American food. I didn't know how to make it because Rivers was able to provide vegetables, baby stuff, and dry food. And they also gave me a book, and I started learning. I've never been able to forget that experience because I am not someone that cooks all the time. But with Rivers, they always made it easier. Like they gave a variety of options. I wonder how they used to get it. At some point in time, I started getting what would I call it? Fresh vegetables. Like suddenly it became so available. Like we started enjoying some delicacies I read on the book. Started making them. My wife looked forward to the days I had to go. Sometimes she took off from work to join me, and it helped us with financial issues we had in terms of buying the diapers, the wipes, because food was costly, and we only had one person doing the major of the job, which was my wife. I only had to do an Amazon job to just get by. But over time, Rivers, at every point in time, you go there, you see how they're organizing things. Like it means like I don't know what I received though, because at every point in time, they have a very good pattern of getting these things out to the public. As a client, I never had to stay in traffic for long or struggle. But at the point in time, I noticed that they always switching because they have to accommodate the fact that they are in a rented space. It bothered me. Though. So
You have 30 seconds left.
Options of talking for them to improve their budget. I think you guys should give them the budget they are requesting for because, trust me, they have taken a lot of families out of hunger, financial burdens of trying to buy all these things and stuff. I'll be happy to receive their news back. I trust in Madison Council. You guys know how to do best. So please hear us all out and do your wish, but please give us that small budget to move on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Janice Bundley of District 16, to be followed by Lori Gibson, to be followed by James Long. We have Janice.
Yes.
Go ahead, Janice.
Hi, my name is Janice Bunley. I moved to Madison with my husband 4 years ago because our daughter was going to college up in here. I must say, I love Madison. It is wonderful. We came about within the 4 years where our rent was raised over $250. That's our grocery money. We heard about the river. And as a river in the real world, the river does flow. It's a body. The River Food Pantry is a body of people that help. You go in there, they treat you with dignity, respect, and empathy. They help you in any way. We did have an interaction with a man named John who helped us get luscious muffins and cakes and pie, something we don't normally get. Without the River Food Pantry, my husband and I would not eat. There is not enough money in our Social Security to afford us money to go to the grocery store. I will say that Rhonda Adams has become a friend. In a time of need, when our car broke down, we went to her and she found us someone to help us, saving us $1,000. The River is a wonderful organization. It not only blesses people with food insecurities, but gives them hope that things may get better at times. I do support the amendment for the River Food Pantry. Peace be with you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Lori Gibson of Albany,
Lori
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
To be followed by James Long, to be followed by Louise or Lewis. Do we have Lori? We don't seem to have Lori in the room.
Lori, yep, there you go.
Hello?
Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Lori Gibson. I am a volunteer at the River. I've been there for almost 2.5 years in what's called FAM, or Family at Home Meals. And I absolutely love being there. I'm there every Thursday, and I get to be outside handing out the nutritious and freshly made meals. Every family that comes through gets a fresh meal for everyone in their household. And by doing that, it's amazing to me, and the part that I really love is that I really get, even in just that couple minutes of interaction, to know people. They share a little bit of themselves, whether it's good news or bad news or just a friendly face. And it just, to me, that work ties so closely into the values that the River has of respect and compassion and community and caring and generosity. And I'm just going to share a quick story that I think really illustrates really all of those values, but particularly community. One wouldn't necessarily think of people sitting in their cars in a long line, feeling a sense of community with each other. They may feel it with me, with others who are in that line. I hope they do, and I think they do. But to feel it with each other, I've got a great example that just happened a couple weeks ago that I wanted to share. So one of my regulars on Thursday mornings came through the line, and I could see from the look on his face that he was in a happy mood. He was in his work uniform, and he sometimes doesn't look like he's real happy, but this day he did. So when I greeted him and, so how are you? And I said, you look so just happy today. What's going on? And he had been sharing a little bit over the months about going through a kind of a difficult divorce and then custody of his junior high age daughter. And the big smile on his face was revealed when he answered my question by saying, as of yesterday, full custody. And my immediate response, not only to tear up a little bit, but to say, oh my gosh, I so wish I could give you a hug right now. And he opened his truck door and he hopped out and he said, you sure can. And so I gave him a huge hug, and then I gave him his meal.
Have about 30
and then
seconds.
He said, well, there's people waiting. I need to leave. The story is the woman behind him pulled up with tears in her eyes and said, I'm so thankful I'm part of the River and that I got to witness that. I don't know what it was about, but it meant the world to me today, and thank you. And I want to thank all of you for listening and strongly encourage you to support this amendment for the River. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Long of District 9, to be followed by Lewis, to be followed by Tim Wagner.
Good evening. My name is Jim Long, and this is written with my neighbor Allison ten Bruggencate, who could not be here tonight. I want to express my opposition to the earmarking of funds in the 2023 capital budget for the renovation of the Sauk Creek Greenway. While I am advised that it is the practice of city departments to send funds before putting a plan in place, The proposed funding in this instance is uniquely alarming to those of us concerned with protecting these woods. Most of my fellow residents who care for and enjoy these woods every day recognize that cleanup and restoration of the stream and woods have been needed for some time. However, since 2018, the ideas we have seen regarding the restoration have appeared excessive and heavy-handed. Faced with the decimation of more than 80% of the existing 6,000 trees in these woods, residents in the area have sought to intervene in favor of using more forestry and animal-friendly measures of restoring the green space stream. A ready example of what we seek to avoid exists behind the Walgreens on Mineral Point Road, where another city engineering designed greenway renovation project was executed. There, vast numbers of trees were cleared to make way for excavation equipment, paying little heed to the forest that had existed and leaving behind a weed-infested wasteland. At $2.3 million, in addition to the $1.7 million already allocated, the size of the proposed funding for the Sauk Creek renovation is alarming. It seems as though there is no shortage of money to expend on this project, yet there has been no mention of an environmental study. And though neighbors have raised it repeatedly, there has been no advancement of the proposal to collaborate with forestry with the objective of protecting valuable trees, precious shade, and important animal habitats.
30 seconds.
Allocating such a large amount of funds for this project without a plan, without an environmental impact study, and without evidence of a sincere regard for preserving the important function of these woods betrays a project that has already been decided. It is premature to allocate funding under these circumstances.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Lewis of District 9, to be followed by Tim Wagner, to be followed by Josie Chu.
I'm going to speak on the Sauk Creek Greenway Restoration Project. My name is Louis Cornelius. I live in Sauk Creek, and I am participating in the efforts of the Friends of Sauk Creek to support some overdue cleanup of the stream and woodland. I want to stress that this cleanup must be done with citizen participation and environmentally sound actions by the city. Our family has lived in Sauk Creek for over 34 years. The Sauk Creek Greenway has been a conservancy area with thousands of trees, wildlife, birds, plants, and walking paths. I've attended several meetings on this project. There are definitely cleanup efforts that need to be made. Yet I think there's a great deal of confusion about the size and scope of the project, and I have really probably three concerns that I've outlined. First, I think a substantial amount of the trees are likely to be removed. Jim had mentioned 6,000, and also the 80%. So there are 6,000 trees in the Greenway. 80% or over 4,000 trees are scheduled to be removed. Some are noxious and should be removed. Nonetheless, the removal of 4,000 trees seems counter to state, county, and city plans to preserve and protect urban forests and to slow the effects of climate change. Secondly, the engineering department appears to view the Sauk Creek Greenway as a mowed grass stormwater channel. We view it as a conservancy greenway area. There are best practices options available to obtain the objectives of the greenway reconstruction while preserving a substantial amount of the woods and restoring and maintaining the natural habitat. We urge the city to review and consider these options. And then third, there doesn't appear to be much discussion or coordination between the city engineering department and the trees and parks department, or between the city departments in the neighborhood on the project. This project appears to be following patterns established in past projects, and I can note one where We received a note card or a postcard from the engineering department. There are changes proposed for the Greenway. And here's going to be a meeting to express your concerns. When we attend the meeting, the project is set to go. And in one recent meeting, we received a lot of assurances. And the first day, a boulders that came, knocked down 2 giant oak trees, and the
30
pipes that we
seconds.
put in were not sufficient to handle the flow of the water. So I think in conclusion, we believe it is imperative that the city engage with the affected neighborhoods, the city involved in collaboration. We urge the council and mayor to deny the request for $2.3 million for the project and the set aside of $1.7 billion that's already allocated until the neighborhoods obtain promises for substantive citizen participation.
Thank you.
and
That's your
environmental
time.
protections. Thank you.
And if those are copies for the council, will you give us one and perhaps Alder Fair can help or not? Thank you, Attorney Haas. Thank you, Alder Fair. All right, our next registrant is Tim Wagner of District 15, to be followed by Josie Chu, to be followed by Edmund Drusen. Tim? Doesn't look like we have Tim in the room.
Mayor, there's no person in Zoom by that name.
All right, then Josie Chu of Sun Prairie, to be followed by Edmund Drusen, to be followed by Carmelo Jackson. Do we have Josie?
Josie is in Zoom.
Yes.
There you go.
Go ahead, Josie.
Hi, my name is Josie, and I represent the brand name Madam Chu, where we sell Southeast Asian condiment. Today, I'd like to share why I support moving forward with the public medicine public market. Before that, I'd like to say, thank you to everybody who recognize that homelessness is an issue, and many cities recognize that, but are unable or unwilling to foot the bill for a facility that medicine recognized and is so progressive and willing to address that issues. So I'd like to say thank you for having the budget for the shelter program, and thank you to Mayor Satya and your team. Now back to medicine public market. As much as I support the men's shelter, I'd like to also for the leadership to consider and recognize that the medicine public market is a shelter for many of us small businesses struggling to get a start in making our dream come true. When I heard that funding might be a concern with moving forward with a medicine public market, my first thought was, oh no, we small businesses who came out of the pandemic with many challenges yet to address is now being displaced and are homeless. There is no place we could call home. Yes, I do think of medicine public market as home. It is where many of us who were cohorts or family members of the Market Ready program could have a place to share our culture, our cuisine, and our love to medicine. I'm in my late 50s, and I probably have no more than 25 years of life. I'm being really pessimistic here because of my gene. Within this short lifespan, I do hope to see that we have our very own medicine public market where we have people from different background, cultures, ethnicity, and love for medicine. Please do not abandon us. Please do not leave us homeless. Please do not reject us the opportunity to have a medicine public market. And please do not judge or label us based on our background, that we may be a burden to the city. It is time to be fair to us and give us a chance to just show that we are part of the community and that we want to contribute and want to shine for medicine. Thank you for the hope, and thank you for letting me share. Please know that we all love the state, this county, and this city. And for the record, I am not one of the 5 recipients of the award. I am here in support of the medicine public market. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Edmund Drusen of District 9, to be followed by Carmelo Jackson, to be followed by James Shulkin. Edmund?
Hi, my name is Edmund Drusen. I live at 7621 Farmington Way on Madison's west side. I oppose the funding for Agenda Item 1, File Number 73264, the Stormwater Utility Capital Budget Project Number 11665, relating to the Saw Creek Greenway Restoration Project. While that I agree that work needs to be done on the creek to help deal with the excessive stormwater that comes from the large parking lots and buildings upstream from places like Menards, which apparently was not required to have an adequate plan for their stormwater runoff, I oppose funding for this project because of the negative impact of removing at minimum 4,619 of the 5,595 trees. I think it would be a negative impact because, as we know, trees help global climate change and urban cooling. Mature trees help significantly with CO2 emissions and greenhouse gases. This greenway is also the home for a wide variety of birds and animals. I thought that maintaining natural animal habitat was part of the City of Madison's goals moving forward. I'm concerned about the transparency of the city government. I thought Madison would be a place that would invite community involvement and input in an honest way. And the engineering department says that they have no plan at this time. I struggle to believe that this council will give over $2 million for something that has no plan. I believe that if the engineering department was willing to have community and neighborhood input and a robust discussion on a variety of viewpoints, then we would be able to find an environmentally friendly way to improve the Saw Creek Greenway. So for now, I oppose funding this project for the capital budget for the Saw Creek Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Carmelo Jackson of District 3, to be followed by James Shulkin, to be followed by Ingrid Jordan Thaden.
Hi, my name is Carmel Jackson, and 30 vendors, and I'm the owner of Melly Mel's Catering, and 30 vendors were chosen years ago to go through a Market Ready program. At the end of that Market Ready program, we thought that we would be introduced to a beautiful building that would be the public market, and we would be starting our dreams of having a beautiful entrepreneurship going on. That didn't happen. I don't want to get emotional. But so then we just kept going on with our businesses. We had hope, there's, 82 minorities in these vendors. There's 62 of us are women who are trying to start a business. We're trying to get us a place for us to be, for us diversity, have all different type of businesses and cultures, food and clothes and everything in one building. Wow, how exciting. Went to Milwaukee, I saw it. Went to Minnesota, I saw it. Came back to Madison, the state capital. We have no public market to show our diversity, our love. Madison is beautiful. I've moved out of Madison as a child, a military kid, many times. So we always came back because of Madison, that diversity, playing with black, brown, yellow kids all over, bringing our foods and cultures together. So when the public market was introduced, I'm a North Sider, and it was on the Northeast side. Oh, I was happy. I was happy. And I was happy again, and I was disappointed. And I was put down again. And then, the money's here, the money's not. I understand. There's a lot of things going on in Madison, a lot of things going on in the world. But it just seems like we were just kicked to the side. They can wait. They can wait. They're not important. I felt that I'm not important. As Josie said, I'm not getting any younger. I'm much older than her. But I want to see this come together, not just for me, but for my grandchildren, for the kids I taught at Emerson School, the kids I taught through the community, all the homeless kids I taught, all the people that I'm running into who have ideas and businesses and thoughts and, I want to do this, but Madison isn't the place for it. Yes, it is.
About 30 seconds.
Around, it's everywhere. My time is up.
About 30 seconds.
So I just want you guys to put the public market back out there so we can fulfill our dreams. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Shulkin of District 11, representing the Madison Public Market Foundation, to be followed by Ingrid Jordan Thaden, to be followed by Amanda Hall.
Hello, my name is James Shulkin. I'm a resident of the City of Madison and a board member of the Madison Public Market Foundation. Let me begin by thanking Alders Abbas, Vitiver, and Wahili for introducing the amendment to further fund the city's Madison Public Market project. I wish to remind the Alders that the city has authored and approved a comprehensive 72-page business plan, chosen an outstanding location, and created architectural plans that will result in a highly functional, dynamic, and welcoming public market. As you consider the amendment, I respectfully ask that you keep in mind the public market's potential to showcase all that is exceptional about Madison. The market can and will unite the community around a shared love of culture, food, art, and opportunity. No other project in Madison is positioned to successfully support 100-plus entrepreneurs and annually bring 500,000 people of all backgrounds together to celebrate the diverse cultures of Madison and Dane County. Visitors will enjoy fresh foods from Wisconsin farms, eat prepared foods from culturally diverse restaurants, purchase locally made food products, and admire handcrafted arts and crafts. Perhaps most critical is the proposed Food Innovation Center. Market Ready Hall will offer food processing and packaging equipment, business acceleration consultation, and workforce training to food-related startups. It will help launch the regional distribution of those food products, thus expanding the market for locally produced goods. The market will house as many as 35 permanent vendors, with additional opportunities for dozens of seasonal, part-time, and occasional vendors that creates hundreds of new jobs. The market's primary goal is equity through entrepreneurship. The strategy is to increase minority-owned businesses and grow generational wealth. The need and interest are high. More than 230 large and small businesses have formally expressed interest in vending at the market. Greater than 50% of those businesses are minority-owned. The city's highly successful Market Ready program approved 30 vendors for a presence in the market. Market Ready business owner demographics reflect that 83% are people of color, 62% are women, 90% are low income. 5 Market Ready vendors were awarded funding and guaranteed a place in the market. In the Midwest, there are nearly 30 successful markets in communities of all sizes and demographics. Upon completion, the market will be a vibrant, beloved, art-filled gathering space in a densely and diversely populated part of the city. It will be a major tourist destination. Importantly, the market will generate $20 million in economic impact for the region every year and generate local sales taxes. There's broad support for the market.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
Next registrant is Ingrid Jordan Thaden of District 9, to be followed by Amanda Hall, to be followed by Ann Reynolds.
Hi, thank you for listening to us today. My name is Ingrid, and I live on Sauk Creek Drive in the Sauk Creek neighborhood, and I'm a teaching professor at UW-Madison, not representing Madison. So I don't have a prepared statement except that I want to hear, do you guys know what a prairie is? Can I see some hands? Hands, do you know what a prairie is? Do you know what a forest is? Yeah? Okay, do you know what a savanna is? Okay, not many people know what a savanna is, and the proposed project is to turn the Greenway into a savanna. Now, if you are familiar with seeing pictures of savannas in Africa, they are dry, sandy areas. Now, I teach science to non-majors, and I teach them the difference between savannas, riparian communities, which are communities next to water areas, and prairies and forests, right? We have southern riparian forests in Wisconsin, and Madison is where the prairie meets the forest. That's why it's so great here, right? So what we don't want is to have some sort of project that is haphazardly bulldozing down the road, not properly planned, with plans to put in plants that will actually survive in a riparian community, such as the ones that we have in the Sauk Creek Greenway. So proposing this an additional funding for a project that has no plan and a project that looks like it's going to do what it's done in other places in Madison, putting grasses along the edges, taking out the trees, and turning it into a savanna. Their plant list is to put savanna plants in there. That's not something that my friends have mentioned yet, but it's really important that you see the difference. So if you tried to grow a cactus in the wrong place, what's going to happen? It dies. You try to grow savanna plants in the wrong place, what happens? It dies. So the plan to put savanna plants in a riparian community is not going to work. I have read the facts. I have read the information about their plan that they put out in 2018, and it is not considering that we can have savanna communities next to riparian communities, but they are not growing directly on top of each other. So they are not ready to fund this project.
About 30 seconds.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, we have almost 400 signatures.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Amanda Hall of District 15, to be followed by Ann Reynolds, to be followed by Joanne Pritchett. That one is just fine.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Hey, it's so good to be back. So as I look out at the alders here, some of you I recognize, and I have the distinct privilege of serving with. I am the former alder for District 3, or I guess former now. And for those of you who joined this merry cohort after I left, I guess you're lucky. I really want to thank you all for being here and listening to everybody tonight. I have been where you are, and I have had to do back of the envelope math and make tough decisions about what our priorities are. Now, I know it is tradition that when an alder steps aside that they then go away and hush up and let you guys do your work. So the fact that I am back here and am taking up your time and asking for your attention is, I hope, significant to you. I'm here to talk to you about the public market today. I probably could have mentioned that on the top, but I'm here to talk to you about how important this is and from my perspective. It was my distinct privilege to advocate for the public market my 4 years that I was on council here, and it's something that is so important from my perspective that, here I am a few years later. We've already heard from folks with the Market Ready program, our entrepreneurs that are bringing our city forward and are moving the idea of the market forward. And I just wanted to share my observation as having been part of that project. When I think about the Market Ready program, for those of you, if it hasn't already been explained, that is our Business Ready program for entrepreneurs that are going to eventually be vendors in our public market. As you have heard, the majority of folks in this program are women and or minorities and or immigrants to the United States. The reason that that's important and worth mentioning is because a few years ago, actually when I was alder, and when I was first learning about the public market, the news came out that Wisconsin was one of the most segregated states in the Union, and that Madison was one of the most segregated cities in Wisconsin. And myself and thank you, Madam Mayor. Myself and others wondered, what can we do? How do we fix this? What can we do? This isn't right. This isn't who we want to be. What are we going to do about this? Well, I would posit to you, this is what we do about this. We put our money where our mouth is. We put our money where our values are. We say we are going to see through projects that are literally going to create economic opportunities, specifically for folks of all different communities. These are Madison values. And I really, really appreciate your time, and thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Our next registrant is Ann Reynolds from District 6, to be followed by Joanne Pritchett, to be followed by Heather Rawlings Davis. Ann?
Hi, everybody. Just getting over a cold. I'm the chair of the Public Market Development Committee for the City of Madison, established in 2012, so I've been doing this for about 10 years. I also serve on the board of the Madison Public Market Foundation, which was formed as an offshoot to that development process. We're a group of volunteers who represent the grassroots community interest in this project. And we've worked closely with the vendors that you heard from tonight, as well as consultants, community groups, and especially the public as we collaborate to design a market that will really be a place for all people here in the city of Madison. Imagine the current Fleet building filled with 500,000 visitors a year, 30 permanent vendors, 100 pop-up vendors, events of all kinds, and dozens of small-scale food entrepreneurs who will be using the manufacturing facilities of the Food Innovation Center. This is really a once-in-a-generation chance to create a beloved public market that will be owned and controlled by the community. This is not a food court. This is not a grocery store owned by somebody outside of our community. This is a public project with a private partner, which is the Madison Public Market Foundation, and that organization will be contracted to operate the market following social justice and financial sustainability goals. Social justice and equity goals have been built into the DNA of this project from its very inception. I believe it's the reason that this project has so much public support. Financial sustainability is also another critical element of this project. The City of Madison studied public markets all over the country, and they planned for this market to achieve financial sustainability through things like operating or opening with no long-term debt and a completely redeveloped building. Revenues are expected to exceed expenses within the first 3 years of operation, and this is based on a business plan that has been part of a multi-year effort led by the City of Madison. Finally, this project more than meets the definition of shovel-ready. Every detail of this environmentally sustainable design is complete. The city has all the permits. The construction plans are in place. I urge you to support Amendment 3 and make the public market a reality. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Joanne Pritchett of District 9, to be followed by Heather Rawlings Davis, to be followed by Judy McNeil. Do we have Joanne?
Yes. My name is Joanne Pritchett, and I'm speaking in opposition to the budget related to the Salt Creek Greenway project. Unlike many cities, towns, and villages in Wisconsin, Madison is unique in that it has a wealth of professionals with knowledge and expertise distributed among many disciplines that address climate, forestry, engineering, parks, etc. Yet few have been given the opportunity to provide input, pros and or cons, to address this project and its proposed budget. To ignore this knowledge and expertise and further contribute to the destruction of the environment suggests a carelessness in city engineers' thinking and is fundamentally reckless. What happened to do no harm? By failing to seek out those with knowledge and expertise, ignoring the mountain of evidence of climate change, exploring options and or addressing consequences, are we creating and adding to the problem? The fix. Consider looking at this project through another set of lens by embracing do no harm, which is a core belief, value, and goal that is the bedrock of patient health. This is a template for Salt Creek, for the Salt Creek Greenway project. Invite and collaborate with the community and utilize those with expertise, specialties, and subspecialties. Collaboration does not have to be a dirty word. Debate, defend, refute the benefits, the costs, community impact, short-term and long-term, of positions, options provided by specialty, subspecialty, such as forestry, climatologist, engineering, community, etc. Accept the fact that engineering does not have a monopoly on knowledge or know best what the approach should be. To ignore the collaborative efforts of those with expertise, as in healthcare, and continue with this project suggests that you have decided on the treatment without having a well thought out diagnosis, simply because you have the budget is again reckless. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next registrant is Heather Rawlings Davis of District 17, to be followed by Judy McNeil, to be followed by Nino Amato.
Hi, my name is Heather Davis, and this is in support of I'm in support of the public market. I talked to the feed kitchens post-COVID and learned a little bit about what's happened with the industry, as well as have been a member of the leadership committee with the NFIB. And I guess I just want to read kind of a paragraph to just kind of summarize and take a little bit less of your time this evening. Camp Chocolate STEM was a nonprofit organization founded in 2014. It was founded by 3 professionals, myself, as well as Jorge Gutierrez and Kate Salas. And one of the purposes of it was not only to educate K through 12, but to involve culinary as a very important part of the education system, as well as Culinary Pro Start. And we have fundraised at different organizations. And one of the important goals was to also form, because it's called Camp Chocolate, was a chocolate coalition. And this coalition was to involve places like the Terrace. And before COVID hit, it ended up that I had talked to Boardman and Clark about putting him on retainer, because I was at a conference where they wanted to, being a commissary member in the state of Wisconsin, they wanted to become a private label with 30,000 trucking. KeHE is the 30,000 truck membership. They have inbound and outbound. They're out of Chicago. I've got connections as well as family with one of the largest Chicago culinary institutes in the country. And after I had talked to the feed kitchens in the last couple months, and they had said, you know, they didn't think the $5 million project was going to go through. I don't know if Madison Yards is an opportunity for the public market to take place there. The agriculture has changed because, or not the agriculture, sorry, the architectural plan has changed due to the necessity for a men's shelter. And I guess this is the quote I'm going to summarize with. Agriculture is vital to the livelihoods of millions of Americans. Our manufacturing foundation stresses the importance of our global economy and partnerships throughout the world. With 60% of the workforce and 35% of the gross national product. Our mission is the expansion and improvement of job-based opportunities and acquisition of industry-accepted credentials for a work-ready force. We are aware of the unique educational and social challenges that our youth community faces on a daily basis and are committed to adapting our organization to meet their needs. So if this public market needs a committee or a coalition, a community of people that make a commitment.
That's your time. Thank you. Next registrant is Judy McNeil of District 14, to be followed by Nino Amato. Do we have Judy?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, hi, I'm Judy McNeil, owner of QB's Magnetic Creations. And I thank you for listening to me today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Madison Public Market. Wow, this really is very personal to me and others that are on here. Josie Chu, I hear Carletta talking about Melly Mel's, all of us that have been in this together for so many years, you know, keeping hope alive. I mean, we've been on trips and we've been getting ready for this. So each time that we come before you, and it has to do with funding and all that, it's, you know, we get anxious. You kind of realize that the fate of the Madison Public Market is in others' hands. And how do we get people to see what we see? How do we get people to believe in us? How do we get you all to see that it's not just about business, it's about the community in a whole. I mean, kids need to see us. People need to see us. I think in order for us, you know, for Madison to continue to thrive, we need to have diverse businesses. We need to have a space where, you know, kids can come in or people can come in just in general and see so many of us doing well and building, you know, something great within the community. You know, it's about legacy. You know, we can make history now rather than years down the road, you know, someone Googling Madison Public Market and they're going to see QB's Magnetic Creations and Josie Chu's and Melly Mel's and all of us that could have been so great. We don't want to be a part of that kind of history. We want to make history. We have, you know, we have prepped, we have traveled, we have studied, we built strong bonds, we've done business plans, we've tested the waters, and the water is fine. We've done marked venues. We've done a lot of different things. I remember a couple times where we had, you know, me selling my magnetic products, you know, with all the food vendors. And when we had the sneak peek event at the Fleece Building, it was one other place on East Washington. I kind of felt anxious, like, how will I fit in, you know, amongst everybody else? And I did very well. My product did well. Everyone did well. People came out in droves, and it was awesome. And we're still hanging on, you know, to that hope.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Say, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? We've stayed the course. We're staying the course. We are still in this, and the community deserves it. So please, you know, hear us, believe in us, you know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next registrant is Nino Amato of District 9, and then we'll circle back to see if we have Allison Bell Byrne, Jermaine Alfred, or Tim Wagner. Nino?
Good evening. I'm Nino Amato. I'm a lifetime resident of Madison, grew up in one of the most culturally diverse communities in Madison called the Greenbush at 14 South Francis Street, a block from Regent Street. Moved out to Allied Drive as a graduate student, ran for city council, represented Allied Drive, Dunsmart, Westmoreland, Tacoma. And so I commend you for sitting through a budget process because it takes a lot of time. One of the things when the budget was proposed, they wrote a very good value statement. And I'm not going to go through all of them, I'm going to go through one. Civic engagement. We believe in transparency, openness, and inclusivity. Trust between elected officials and citizens take a long time to build. And you can lose it in a second, and it sometimes takes forever to repair it. We have a trust issue with the engineering department, not with the new director, but with who had managed it up to this point. Let me take you back from this program. In March of 2018, they held the first public hearing, and all the citizens agreed we need to fix the stormwater treatment problem. And let me just make a note. The problems that you have today and some of the pictures you saw in the newspaper was because of lack of maintenance that engineering never did. They allowed a stormwater pipe to break and never repaired it, and it's been broken for 15 years. And I believe in the budget process, they have to put money in for maintenance. They didn't do that. They came in and they talked about, well, let me read you what they said. The Sauk Creek Greenway is one of the most environmental gems, one of the most unique greenways in Madison, given its 26.4 acres of natural habitat. They identified 5,995 trees, which includes 481 natural oak trees, 126 black walnuts, and you can see on the first page all the different trees. They shared with the group in March that we need to fix the problem, and 2,200 trees may in fact have to come down, invasive species. Now they're talking about 4,000 trees. In March of 2018, the citizens for the first time heard about this project, also heard for the first time that there was going to be a bike path.
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so let me just leave it as this. Remove the funds. Let's start from scratch. There's a trust issue with engineering. And the real issue is not the rain off the roofs in Sauk Creek. It's a commercial development that Alderman Skidmore had been building for 20 years, and it's Menards. And Menards is not a good corporate citizen. They fund ELEC, they fund people on the far right, and they should be required to fix the problem by putting stormwater treatment facilities in
Thank you, that's your time. Let's circle back around and see if we have Allison Bell Byrne of District 12. either in the audience or online?
Allison, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go.
Allison, we're on the capital budget. We're on the capital budget, Allison. You have 3 minutes. Allison?
I actually was pretty sure I'm going to talk about the police amendments. So
Okay, we're having a difficult time hearing you with a poor connection. But I think you want to be registered for the operating budget, so feel free to go back in and do that, and we'll get to the operating budget in a minute. All right, can we check then for Jermaine Alfred and for Tim Wagner? Neither of those folks are in the room.
Mayor, there's no people by that name in attendance.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I believe that is our registrants on the capital budget. I'm just refreshing to make sure. Yes, so are there questions for any of our registrants on the capital budget? Alder Fair.
Sorry, thank you. I have a question for, I don't remember your name, your director of the River Food Pantry. You can come up to the mic, and I'll ask the question as you're coming up. So if I'm understanding your budget, you estimate a $6.7 million investment.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And Dane County in their budget has, I think, proposed and are likely to pass 1.5 million, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then the amendments for $1 million. So about $4 million you have left to raise, I assume.
Yes,
And
correct.
I'm wondering if you could shed some light on where you're at with that, what sources of funding you're, looking for or trying to find, and what your public fundraising efforts are like.
Sure. So thanks for the question, Alder. So we recently completed a feasibility study, and so our consultant has told us that they feel confident in us being able to raise between $3 and $3.5 million. So we have not officially kicked off a capital campaign. We're looking to do so and start in the planning phase December 1st. But the money from the city would obviously help us to close the gap in what we're needing to raise.
So what parameters or how, let's see what my question is. What confidence does the consulting firm have that you can raise? Like what did they describe or how do they characterize it that they think you can raise that?
So in completing the feasibility study or during the feasibility study, they talked to 34 of our donors, and just from their process and how they go about things, that again was the confidence was in being able to raise the $3.5 million through those 34 donors and kind of through their math and how they do things.
Okay, but you have no commitments at this point?
We didn't ask for commitments. We just asked for, if we were to ask you, what would you consider? So yeah, we didn't ask for complete pledges, right?
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison, questions?
I just wanted to further ask, I believe it's Nino Amato, a question. You were just about to talk a little bit more, I believe, around the local businesses surrounding the project and their responsibility. If you can finish that statement, if there was more you were going to share.
Yeah. Many of you know Alderman Paul Skidmore.
Mm-hmm.
He never met a commercial development he didn't like. And I'm not going to go into why. But the fact of the matter is, not once did he require stormwater holding tanks that could have been put in those parking lots, stormwater pools, and nothing prevents the city to negotiate with the property owners of that whole development and say, we'll pay to put it in. We'll take the liability for it. Okay? That's the source of the problem. It's not the rainwater coming off our roofs. It's there. So if you clear 4,000 trees and we have anything close to another rainstorm like that, what's going to happen is that it's going to be a mudslide going right into Old Sauk Road. Trees hold water. And the engineering department has not considered the sustainability issues, or what Leopold said, urban ethics of forest. So the issue are Menards, PetSmart, Taco Bell, many of the other businesses. And we're paying taxes, and yes, so do they. But they're multinational, big box stores. And I think what we need to do is negotiate to have them fix their parking lots and go to the source of the problem and not put this burden just on to the residential. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask. Oh, Alder Miadze, questions?
Yeah, I just wanted Rhonda to finish. She had a few more sentences left on her piece, so I wanted to finish it up, give her one more minute.
I'm sorry, who would you like to bring back, Alder?
Rhonda Adams, please, from the Riverfood.
Rhonda?
I tried really hard to get that in 3 minutes, but it's hard. So thank you, Alder Miadze. So the small size and inefficient design of our current facility prohibits any further growth in services. So just as important, we face a fast approaching timeline as we need to find a new home before our lease does expire in 2024. It's important to our clients that the river remains on the Madison's north side, an area with few other resources. We're currently negotiating the price of a suitable plot near our current building. And again, I already talked about the potential cost, so thanks for letting me add the additional comment.
Thank you. Anything further, Alder?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right, Alder Carter, questions?
Yes, I have a question for the last speaker.
From the river, Alder?
Yeah, from the river. Thank you.
Sorry, Rhonda, we're going to make you jump up and down. Go ahead, Alder.
I apologize, Rhonda. My question to you is the majority, if I'm hearing you correctly, and some of the other speakers, the majority of your clients are from the north side. Is that correct?
I would say that the majority are from the 53704 zip code. However, we have breakdown through all of the city of Madison and Dane County. So a good portion of them are from 53704, east side and north
Okay.
side.
And that's exactly where I was going to go, because one of the speakers was from Fitchburg. So thank you for bringing up that expansion of clientele. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahilahe, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you bring back James Shulkin to finish up his thoughts about the Madison market?
James?
Thank you, Alder Wahili. I just had a few more comments, unless you have questions for me. But I'll continue with my presentation. I was ended here. There's broad public support for the market. In recent weeks, media editorials and articles advocating on behalf of the market have occurred in the Cap Times, Isthmus, In Business, Tone Madison, and the North Side News. The Public Market Foundation Facebook page has more than 5,000 followers. There are 3,200 Instagram followers, and 500 individuals have subscribed to our email list. And that's really it. I just want to end with, on behalf of the Madison Public Market Foundation, we respectfully ask that you vote to further fund this important and economically viable project. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder, anything further? Alder
Yes,
Wahilahe?
Madam Mayor, yes.
Go
yes,
ahead.
Madam Mayor. James, if you can talk more about the equity through entrepreneurship, can you talk more about how you came up with that statement, and how has it been successful in terms of the people that you have collected or gathered to be part of the Madison market?
Yes, thank you very much. There is a process for making application to be a vendor at the Madison Public Market. that has been open really for about 2.5 years or so, and then kind of closed down during the pandemic, but started up again. And in the last like 6 months or so, we've had about 40-some applications, and 50% of those applications are from people identifying the fact that they are minorities. So it's very much a part of the public market's mission to encourage individuals who are from a disadvantaged economic classes and minorities, especially the BIPOC community, to be a part of the Madison Public Market Project. Many of these markets that are very successful, have very intense programs for creating new businesses among those individuals who really need that kind of help because of their economic disadvantage. So it's very much a part of the Madison Public Market mission. We're very much attuned and very much will follow the diversity and equity guidelines that the City of Madison enforces as well. It's very much a part of what we're all about.
Anything further, Alder?
Thank you. No, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, James.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, James, I've got some questions for you if you wouldn't mind coming back.
Yes.
Thank you. James, can you talk a little about the operational budget for the market, how that works the first few years, and what the expectations are?
Yes. I may defer to other people, but it's very much a part of the business plan that we will be profitable within 3 years. We expect to raise money through donations and grants to cover the any operational deficit that will occur during those first 3 years and beyond. We're very, very confident that we have an aggressive and bullish business plan. The business plan was vetted by this council, created by consultants very familiar with creating business plans for public markets. And we're just very confident that we can manage that process very, very well. It'll take some fine tuning, but over time we'll be able to adjust, and we'll have various forms of income streams to cover any operational losses within the first couple of years.
So what do you expect to change over the first few years? So you are expecting to operate at a deficit the first few years, and that was part of the capital plan. What changes after the first few years that you guys expect that will help you be profitable?
We expect that we'll be full of vendors and income streams through the Food Innovation Center that will help us to raise the revenue we need.
So in the first few years, it wouldn't necessarily be full of vendors, and that'd be the problem?
No, we think that, well, I haven't seen the projections, but I will say that we won't have any trouble filling the market. There's a great deal of demand, internal demand. As I mentioned earlier, 230 businesses have asked to be a part of the market. We can fill that with tenants who are going to rent space at market rate throughout the building, of the market building, and then through pop-up vendors and people just wanting to use it on an occasional basis or a weekly basis or a daily basis, we'll be able to raise, we hope, sufficient revenue.
Okay, so I'm still not sure then. So you expect it to be completely full the first few years, but still not have a profit according to the business plan. But then after a few years, it will obviously still be full, is the plan, and then you would be profitable?
Yes, that's our intention.
Okay, I'm still not clear what changes to change the profitability. Would you expect the city to finance anything for the operational upkeep of the building if you guys weren't able to, operational upkeep of the market if you weren't able to?
No, we do not expect the city to come to our rescue.
So what do you think would happen then if you guys were running at a deficit?
We would find other partners to help us. We would raise money through donations. We'd raise money through federal grants and state grants to help us meet our needs financially.
So you think the market would just jump in and help you, the other market outside of the city, like whether it's businesses or the federal government, would help keep the market going?
Yes, foundations would hopefully give us money to create programs to make us more successful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Don't go far because we have two other alders in the queue. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Mayor. My question is from James. I disconnected my ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And so I was on the Finance Committee when the foundation first came before us with a very ambitious plan to raise those dollars. One question I have, what happened? How did we fall short?
Well, the foundation itself did not fall short. The foundation was asked to raise $3 million, and the foundation did raise that $3 million. Where things fell short was the market itself was delayed for a number of years. If you recall, the Fleet building was occupied by the homeless men because of COVID. So that put us off about 2 years or so. So what fell short was in that time frame, the estimated construction costs as determined by an engineering firm that the city contracted with, they realized or make the statement that inflation has caused construction costs to raise by $1.8 million. So that's the true shortfall that we have right now. We'd also anticipated getting a grant from the Economic Development Administration, the federal government, and that grant was for about $3.45 million. And the city made the determination that they could not go through with that grant application process. So suddenly that money was gone that we were counting on to get us to construction and bidding at this time of the year.
Follow-up question. Since we're on that pathway, you said that the city felt that they could not go along with. So help me to end that statement so I can understand why.
I would probably leave that up to the city staff, but our indication was that the EDA required a commitment of funds almost immediately by the end of September. And the city wasn't comfortable with coming up with that amount of money to cover those increased construction costs of $1.8 million. And then the decision was instead to go through the council and get council input.
I'll follow up when we get into the discussions with staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Yeah, James, again, sorry.
You should just hang out. We've got another 2 Alders in the queue
Thank
also.
you. And could answer questions as well.
Go ahead, Alder Carter.
Yes, James, you said the foundation raised $3 million. My question to you is, if we go back 2 years ago, was the public market ready to do whatever reconstruction they needed to do on the Fleet building? Did you have enough money 2 years ago?
I believe that was the case. I'm not quite sure. I wasn't exactly involved at that time. Someone else could answer that question, but I believe we anticipated going out to bid 2 years ago. And at that point, the foundation had met its commitment to raise the money.
Okay, and at that point, how much money was raised? Was that the $3 million you're talking about?
Yes, or commitments to that amount.
Okay, and today you have the $3 million, correct?
We have commitments totaling $3 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair?
Thank you. So if, I'm right here. If this were not to pass tonight, you talked about having the money, or when Alder Furman asked you about operating funds, if you were to come up short, you thought you'd be able to raise funds to cover that gap. If this were not to pass, it's a much bigger amount of money, I assume. What would you do, I guess is my question.
That's a very good question. If this were not to pass, we would certainly lose the momentum that we have. The building itself, the Fleet building, the assumption is we wouldn't get the Fleet building, because if this doesn't pass here with the city, then really the commitment from the city is really not where it needs to be. And we would have to go back to our donors, those foundations and businesses who've offered us $3 million. They would say, thank you very much, we're going to take our money and go and find somewhere else to give that money. And why wouldn't they? There's a federal grant that we've received for $4 million, a Neighborhood Investment Fund grant. My understanding is that $4 million is available to us until the end of 2024. So that money might still be there, but it would be hard to move that project to a completely new building that wasn't part of the grant originally. So we might lose that money as well unless we could find something else that the federal government would say, okay, yeah, we can transfer that money, but I doubt that would happen. And then there's the TID money, the $7 million from TID 36, and that money is in the budget for this year, for 2023, but after that, I can't imagine even that would be in the budget because I know there are other needs across the city, and that's why we're here now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, this is probably something you can answer, but it might be for Ann Reynolds too. I just want to make sure I understand the math. There's a $6 million amendment proposed for funding for the market, and there's a $5.2 million identified shortfall. So that leaves about $800,000 of all, call it wiggle room slop for future needs that may come up because of, let's say, even faster increasing construction costs, et cetera. But the county has committed to 1.5 million. So that, along with the 800,000 I mentioned, means you have 2.3 million of additional funds beyond what you were expecting. Is my math correct there?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. I knew it was too good to last. Alder Paulson.
Yes, my question is not for James. So
Thank you, Jim.
my question is actually for former Alder Hall. Okay, well, it's not to put you on the spot.
For this, but I'll do my best.
So I actually wanted to ask the advice of the 2017 council. Though I do sit next to Mr. Institution,
right?
I'm going to take the opportunity to ask you just for some advice to future council where we're looking at a project like the public market where it's been ongoing for a while. We think we're maybe to the end. We don't really know. We're now into it even more. What advice do you have for us to say, or what would the 2017 council have said to something where it's like, well, this project should have been finished by the time you get there, but now that it's not, what do you keep doing here?
Sure. And that's a really, really great question. And it's something that I honestly have asked myself. As much as I love this project, I've sort of felt at times like, where is the momentum here? Is this really going to happen, right? And I know that there have been folks in the past that have said, maybe this isn't the right time, or, we kind of keep authorizing this and what's happening. And when I asked myself this and, what I think folks from the 2017 council would say, as much as I'm not qualified to speak for most of them, I think that for me, it's about believing in Madison and believing in the values that we try to embody and try to emulate. This has been an extraordinarily bumpy process, and there have been so many fits and starts, and I think people have wondered, like, are we doing this? Is this really, is this really going to happen? And, ultimately, the vision for the project is what, keeps my confidence in it. So does that answer your question? Yes. All right.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Mayor.
Alder Carter, more questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Ann Reynolds.
Ann? Go ahead, Alder.
And my math might be wrong, but based on the $3 million commitment, the $4 million neighborhood investment grant, the 7 million from TED, the 1.5 million from Dane County, I have you at 21.5 million. Is that enough to finish the public market?
So,
And
you've
I'm
included,
also adding in the 6 million that you're trying to get tonight.
I do think that that is a very reasonable total. I mean, I think the concern is that as you know, construction costs have been going up. I mean, I don't think this council wants to go through another discussion of this. The idea would be to have an up to amount so that when those bids go out, the project will be able to go forward without another discussion. And so, yes, I think your math is correct. And just remember, that's an up to. That all of those funds might not be needed if the bids come in as we hope. And remember, there was an estimate done, in late May, I think. It was pretty conservative. And so we'll hope that your total is a bit high, but covers the cost.
Okay, so it might be less. We might be able to get the 6 million back if it's 15.5, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, very likely it'll be more in that 20 million range.
Sure. The second question I wanted to ask you was the public market sits in between two very heavily traveled streets. How are you marketing people to turn right, left, or right? Because you can't see the public market from the street, from either street, maybe closer to Johnson than East Washington.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And last spring, I was on a committee, a purchasing committee that contracted with a sign design firm. And so the city was moving forward towards some very visible signs that would also meet all of the requirements of urban design. And those signs will be on the Johnson, are planned to be on the Johnson Street sign and on the First Street side. In addition, there is a chance that there, would be able to be some signage up on East Wash, even if the current developer was willing to do some of that, in partnership with the market, because that development on East Washington and First is seeing the public market as a huge asset as they put together their real estate and housing program. But visibility and traffic are things that the city staff have been working on for a number of years to make sure that the market is accessible in that location. I should also say that there are 10 bus routes in that location, and it's a fantastic multimodal location with pedestrian, bike, and driver access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, now I really have no other alders in the queue with questions on the capital budget. So let me orient us to where we are. We've just finished public comment on the capital budget. We're about to commence public comment on the operating budget. A few reminders before we take a break in between those two things. First of all, for alders, particularly those of you on Zoom, we do need to maintain 14 at least. And we've gotten right there a couple of times. So if you're on Zoom and present, please keep your camera on so I know that you're actually there. If you're in the room here and looking to get up to get water or a snack or whatever it might be, please just count noses before you do, so that we maintain quorum at all times. And now Alder Vitiver wishes to make a motion.
Yes. 10-minute recess, please.
Moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are recessed for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 7:34. All right, folks, it is that time again. If we can get the alders on the Zoom to please turn their cameras back on and let us know that you are there, with the note that Alder Wahilahi has poor connectivity and so she can't turn her camera on. And if we can get the alders in the room to please take your seats so that we could achieve a quorum, possibly. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We are one away. Wrangle your friends. Oh, okay. All right, so coming back from break, I will reconvene us and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Heck. Madison. Here. Miadze. Paulson.
Here.
Fair. Here. Tischler. Here. Verveer. Here. Vitiver. Wahelia.
Here.
Abbas. Benford.
Present.
Bennett.
Here.
Carter.
Present.
Conklin. Here. Curry. Here. Evers.
Here.
Figueroa Cole. Here. Foster.
Here.
Furman. Present. Harrington McKinney. Here. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we're on to our next item of public comment, which is the operating budget. And I will just ask folks who are here to speak, if you could please just note briefly what item you're speaking on, whether that's an amendment number or an item, to orient the council at the beginning of your time. We would appreciate it. Our first registrant is Rachel Neeson of District 12, to be followed by Erica Bach, to be followed by Floyd Rose. Do we have Rachel on the Zoom?
Mayor, there's no person in attendance with that name.
Okay. Then Erica Bach of District 9, to be followed by Floyd Rose, to be followed by Kim Richmond. Do we have Erica on the Zoom?
We do in Zoom.
Okay. Go ahead, Erica.
Thank you, Jesse and Madam Mayor and members of the body. I want to acknowledge that many of us have been thanking you for sitting through these meetings. And I'm not going to take away how long and arduous this process must be, and all of the attention to detail that it requires. And yet, this is the job that many of you have been elected to do and selected to do. And congratulations and welcome to Alder Madison. I am very grateful that all of you have had the opportunity to hear from so many of the various perspectives in Madison in the previous segment. You've heard from folks such as a former alder, to a single mother of two, to volunteers and small business owners, noted attorneys, UW neighbors and elders, families who can't afford groceries. You've heard from some folks who are extremely upset, and you've heard from some folks who are extremely grateful. And I would love to just ask that you hold all of that as you make your budget decisions. One of the, I mean, a hand on my heart, the way that folks talked about the river and the river CEO, and the way that the services and resources have not only impacted their lives, but allowed them to feed their children. That's the vast difference of what we're discussing. When you have who send a proxy to stick up for the ecosystems in their neighborhood, and you have people who are literally living outside in nature because they are unhoused. That this is the swath of Madison, and all of these voices are so important. So I do want, that is the role that you all have accepted, and I am grateful for that. I do want to ask for you to specifically look at amendment number 12. This is the CARES money as well as the tie to the COPS grant. When we talk about the things that we need in terms of healthy climate and living environment, food and resources, housing, business opportunities. I also want to remind you that the voices that you're hearing, one of the speakers had referred to the public market as being, run by minorities. And I would like
You have
to say
about
that
30
yes, in that.
seconds.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if the council would allow me a slight extension.
No, everyone is limited to 3 minutes.
Okay, you did offer the alders the opportunity to challenge that. Would any of the alders be willing to let me have 1 more minute?
You have 15 seconds. I have no hands raised.
Thank you. Well, I would like to ask you all then to take a look at where we need to invest our money into these ecosystems and not to continue to fund things like our policing
Thank you.
or
That's your
schools
time.
with cops. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Floyd Rose of District 14, to be followed by Kim Richmond, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins. Do we have Dr. Rose online?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Rose.
Hello. I oppose amendment number 12, I believe it is. I'm in support of Chief Sean Barnes' budget proposal concerning community policing. I strongly believe that two-way communication between police and members of the community that they serve is not an option, but an obligation. In my opinion, Chief Barnes has a vision of creating a police department that values community policing and community partnerships. In my discussions with him, I believe that he considers our children of worth and that our love and attention should be put forth so that they all can achieve a pathway of success. I believe he cares about our youth and views the police as not the problem, but the solution. What is a little bit troubling to me is that I recall Chief Colville to be a proponent of community policing, and that of Chief Noble Ray strongly supporting community policing. I don't understand the change in posture. I'm not sure of the operational definition of community policing that will be used in the vote that will be taken tonight, but from my conversation with Chief Barnes, this is what I understand. Community policing is a framework that aims to improve the quality of life and increase public safety through collaboration between police officers and community members. In community policing, the job of the police is not just to respond to incidents, but is also to help solve community problems, to problem solve not just for residents, but with residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kim Richmond of District 16, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins, to be followed by Sol Kelly Jones.
Thank you. Good evening. I urge all of you to vote against amendment number 12 of the 2023 operating budget. And I urge you to accept the DOJ COPS grant to add 6 MPD officers. These federal grants aren't given out like Halloween candy. MPD submits a grant proposal, the DOJ analyzes all of the applications, and the grant is awarded to the best of the best. If rejected by a municipality, I understand it's very difficult to be considered again. This grant would enable 6 officers to connect with residents of all ages to build much-needed trust and relationships, especially in our marginalized neighborhoods. The COPS grant is all about community policing. You've already heard it. The definition is developing community partnerships, engaging in problem solving, and implementing community policing organizations. The officers will address these issues in their respective neighborhoods. I'd much rather have a cop casually go into a neighborhood to get to know everybody rather than responding only when bad things happen. You know what they say about perception. I recently attended a 3-day conference which partially involved working on crime prevention in neighborhoods, problem solving in neighborhoods, mental health, and much more. The vast majority of the presentations involved working with middle school and high school aged kids to have them join up with their neighborhood, their friends, and their classmates to stay on the right track. The presenters also discussed human trafficking, suicide prevention, bullying, you name it. They discuss these topics with kids and adults in their schools, in their neighborhoods, and on their turf. So who were these people? They were current and retired law enforcement officers and commanders. To pass up on this opportunity to engage with our residents, and especially our youth, quite honestly, I don't understand. Going forward, I find it hypocritical that several alders who voted against accepting this grant had concerns about the costs, such as such a commitment after 3 years, but yet they want to give themselves huge raises. How much? You know, it's roughly from $13,000 to $32,000 per year. That's a 145% increase in a city that we keep being told we're strapped for cash. There are 8 of you sponsors. 2 of you are not seeking re-election, and thank you for your service.
You have about 30 seconds.
4 more of you aren't even 2 years into your first term. You must have known what you were getting into. Not even 2 years ago, the spring election of 2021, an advisory referendum was soundly rejected by voters for alder raises. I suggest you wait, take it to the residents once again, and put it on another advisory referendum in April 2023 when everybody's up for re-election. Therefore, I strongly agree you...
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Jamie Hawkins, to be from District 12, to be followed by Sol Kelly Jones, to be followed by Jesse Belburn. Do we have Jamie?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Great. Hello, my name is Jamie Hawkins, and I live in the Eakin Park neighborhood here in Madison. I'm a parent to 2 small children, one of which is currently an MMSD student. I'm here to speak on Madison's operating budget for 2023, specifically Amendment Number 12, and the importance of investing in our community, not cops. True solutions to safety come from investing in resources that meet our community's needs and support our neighbors who are vulnerable. Policing is a reactive response that often causes harm. We can further prevent this harm by directing more city funding towards programs like CARES rather than increasing police spending. Thank you to Alders Figueroa Cole and Furman for hearing these concerns raised at the Finance Committee and incorporating them into Amendment Number 12. This amendment increases funds for the CARES program, which helps to prevent people who are experiencing mental health crises from being put in jail. This program directly meets an important community need. Additionally, Amendment 12 removes the federal COPS grant, which would bring 6 new officers to MPD and leave the city on the hook to pay for them in 3 years. Policing doesn't meet the needs of our community, doesn't prevent violence, and most importantly, continues to harm the most vulnerable among us. Amendment Number 8, the mid-year's CARES expansion, does increase CARES funding, but does not go far enough to address the 6 police officers added through the COPS grant. This amendment highlights Alders' openness to CARES expansion, but lack of willingness thus far to cut police funding. Removing the COPS grant is not only a fiscally responsible choice, as the city is on the hook to pay in 3 years, it is a necessary step towards mitigating the harm that would come from increasing police spending and police presence in our communities. As it stands, the current budget allocates over half of the city's funding for public health and safety to the police department. This is 10 times what is allocated for the public health department. This does not reflect our city's needs or values. As found by Freedom Inc.'s community survey in 2020, our city needs grocery stores, parks, community centers, streetlights, bus stops, and affordable housing. We do not need more police. We do not need differently trained police, and we do not need community outreach from police. True safety comes from equitable access to life-affirming resources, not engagement with police. Thank you for your time and for working to create a city budget that reflects our community's values and priorities.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sol Kelly Jones of District 10, to be followed by Jesse Belburn, to be followed by Kay Galuska. Do we have Sol online?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sol Kelly Jones, and I speak to you tonight as a Madison resident of District 10, as a parent, as a youth advocate, and as someone who believes in the capacity we have to chart a new course as a city. To shift away from our over-reliance on policing and to support long-term sustainable solutions that prioritize our community, genuine safety, and collective well-being. So as you consider the city budget tonight, I know there's going to be a lot of pressure to continue to support more funding for police and policing and kind of to continue this business as usual. But I urge you to have the courage to take a different path. One that, instead of pandering to white fear of Black and brown youth, understands that building safe and just communities means uplifting the humanity and capacity of our young people. And that comes from shifting away from models that criminalize and deepen racial disparities, and instead investing in existing models like the CARES that prioritize care and supportive services. I'm really heartened to see the leadership of Alders Figueroa Cole and Alder Furman, who have authored amendment number 12 before you tonight, which importantly removes the COPS grants for the 6 new police officers while increasing the kinds of investments we actually want to see as a city, and funding, more robust funding for the CARES program. As we've heard, policing already has an oversized budget in comparison to the rest of city services. Committing new funds, the additional officers through the COPS grant, money we as taxpayers will be on the hook for in 3 years, to the note of something like $600,000 a year, when we already will have large structural deficits at that time. We know it will mean cuts to services and services we need. This doesn't reflect our values as a Madison community, and nor does it reflect a vision of safety that's rooted in community care and development, economic opportunity, housing, transportation, health, and opportunities for children and youth. If we really want to reduce racial disparities, which is what we give a lot of lip service to in our city, we must start by rejecting a costly proposal that puts police in neighborhoods, more police in neighborhoods with youth of color. Safety means investing in young people, not subjecting them to the harms of further policing. Study after study after study after study shows that police contact with Black and brown youth and communities, even in these seemingly innocent, like neighborhood policing, community policing initiatives.
You have 30 seconds left.
To increased criminalization of youth, in lower test scores, and does not increase safety. Police are not the ones we want in contact with our young people, regardless of intention. Instead, we want our capable community organizations who already are engaged with this life-informing work. I get that to shift away from policing is a fundamental change in how we function. It's a courageous and challenging step.
Thank you. That's your time.
A city that does this. Please support.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Jessie Bell-Byrne of District 12, to be followed by Kay Galuska, to be followed by Allison Bell-Byrne. Do we have Jessie? We don't have Jessie in the room. Is Jessie online?
There's no person by that name in attendance.
All right. And then Kay Galuska of District 12, to be followed by Allison Bell-Byrne, to be followed by Monica Howard. Do we have Kay online?
No, there's no person by that name in attendance.
All right. What about Allison?
No, there's no person by that name in attendance.
Okay. How about Monica Howard?
Yes, Monica is here.
Right, Monica Howard of District 20, to be followed by Gavin Luter. Monica, go ahead.
Monica, you are unmuted. Oh, you're muted now. You are unmuted now. We're not hearing anything if you're speaking, Monica. You may have a mute button on your headset or on the microphone that you're using. If you check that to make sure there we go. We can hear you now.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to put my Bluetooth in. Can you guys?
We can hear you now, Monica.
All right, sounds good. So we're talking on public safety, right?
We're on the operating budget.
Yep. So the operating budget, I know I got 3 minutes. This is what I'm going to say is one, we have to, I've listened to everybody talk, obviously on option one. I have listened. I know that we have things in our community environmentally we have to face. We also have things that are going to hit our budget as far as public safety. We also have what I've heard everybody say is that we have people in our community that are willing to work with multiple facets. I get that we're not all on the same timeline right now as far as how we're going to execute. But what I do know is hearing everybody has a heart on this line right now and is spending their evening to talk about this. We do have issues in Madison School District. We do need to address public safety. I get not everybody is in touch with SROs. They don't want them. As far as the 6 officers, I say I recommend them. That is my personal opinion because I had Sue Carnell and I had Mr. McPike, and I had a lot of teamwork in our city. And what I see on this call tonight is that we have a lot of teamwork. We do have Chief Barnes in the building. We do have Sacha in the building. We do have Gloria Reyes in the building. We do have several community members that need food and funding and homeless support for our Madisonians. And we have a team of people that are willing to work together. So I would present that tonight, that we all work together. And yes, our kids need nutrition. My daughter has found mold in her food in Madison school districts. This is something I'm working with. My daughter has also found it's a war zone going to school. My daughter also attends Memorial High School, and my daughter is a star student, Lamar Howard. I would say that, and I'm going to say this because I know I got to keep it in 3 minutes, that we have a lot of people on this call that have children in our Madison schools, but not just Madison, Sun Prairie, Verona, we name it, Middleton. We have all these parents, and yes, we need sidewalks rebuilt. Yes, we need environmental. Yes, we need safe water. We need safe food. We need public safety, and we need public security. And our fire department, I'm going to say this closing, that our fire department definitely has the resources, but our police department is not there to arrest our students. Our police department is steadily called, and I'm getting emails every single day as a Memorial parent.
You have about 30 seconds.
In Memorial. Yes, and I'm going to close this out, that we have a lot of parents right now that are supporting our community, and everybody is included, and we're all inclusive. There's no way that we are going to just exclude. And so I would ask for our city council to consider that we have a collective city that's going to work together, and that is what we defend, and that's what we will always support and represent.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Gavin Luter of District 6, representing the University Alliance, to be followed by Moncur Donway, to be followed by Janae Thompson.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Gavin Luter. I'm managing director of an initiative at University of Wisconsin-Madison called the University Alliance. I just wanted to speak specifically on the operating budget amendment 16. I wanted to say thanks especially to Alder Bennett and Paulson for putting this amendment in. Essentially, the University Alliance is a network of people at University of Wisconsin trying to actually change the culture of University of Wisconsin to, be helpful, and specifically be helpful to local governments across the state of Wisconsin. We have done many projects to help meet city needs. In particular, we're appreciative of Mayor Satya to appoint a member of the city staff onto our board to make sure that we can do projects. So we essentially now have a form and a way to intake projects and then get them done and get them to the right people at UW-Madison instead of having to go through this really complicated bureaucracy known as UW-Madison to get people to work on issues. So this amendment specifically is about an issue that we know is a major issue in in the city of Madison, which is affordable housing. We've been working to build a network of people on campus at UW-Madison who care about bringing affordable housing policy to bear. But in particular, this is about a hidden population that I think anybody who's ever been to college knows that not everybody can pay for housing at the same rate. Some people have their full family support. Some people don't have their full family support. Some people are married with kids, going to graduate school, undergraduate. You never know. But students struggle to afford housing, and we don't exactly know how bad the issue is. Students of color, economically marginalized students, and especially first-generation college students struggle at kind of a disproportionate rate. News reports show students camping out for cheap housing, and this is really sad that we have come to this point in the city of Madison. I just want to emphasize that the issue is that we don't know how bad the issue is. We keep hearing about students can't afford this. The Office of Financial Aid throws out certain numbers of this is what should be affordable for students, which is about $900 a month. I don't know about you all, but I didn't have that kind of money when I was going to college to spend on rent. So we want to work with Revel Sims, who's a professor in planning and landscape architecture, an expert on anti-gentrification policies and an expert in affordable housing, to understand how
About 30 seconds.
how bad this issue is. Important note is that these $10,000 will be used as a match to get other campus units to pay. So we get $10,000 from you all, and then we can float that around the University of Wisconsin-Madison to get other departments to invest. I just got totally downsized by the T. All right.
Still got 15 seconds.
Everyone was like, what are you doing over there? All right. Thank you all so much for listening, and have a great night. I'll be around for questions if you need it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Moncur Dawe of District 14, to be followed by Janae Thompson, to be followed by Ma Yang.
Hi, everyone. Honestly, this is about my 5th year speaking at these budget hearings, and not much has changed. So this is for all the folks listening. This is for community out here who has been relentless in telling this council to look to the future, to stop investing in the police who are harming us, and to invest instead in life-affirming infrastructure. So first, I want to address the fact that the city has so many broken promises that they made during the uprisings about divesting from police who are harming us, which we clearly illustrated during the 2020 uprisings, which continue to be illustrated by the incarceration rates, by the police murders, by the police on police crime that we're seeing, right? And all these broken promises continue to further alienate Black and Southeast Asian community members who were already suffering under hypersurveillance and criminalization. But since the economic crises and global pandemic have been even more surveilled and scrutinized, to keep propping up this lie that we need police. It's especially shameful since we're still enduring a global pandemic, a housing and economic crisis, and y'all continue to give money and funding to the police at disproportionate rates to any other city department that we have. And to even put them in the same level of the other city departments who are providing good services to our community is wrong in and of itself. They are not some benevolent, neutral, inherently good service providing organization. They murder people. They surveil our community members. They harass our community members. They do the bidding of developers and property owners, and you all sit by and let them. Police cannot stop COVID and our other pressing issues. We are in the nation that spends the most money on military and police, and yet we're doing horrible with COVID outcomes. We're investing in building, we as community members are investing, doing the little that we can, building mutual aid networks and investing in building alternatives and building community-centered safety and wellness. And how can the most well-resourced city in the state not do so as well? Are you all not sitting feet from the state capitol building?
You have about 30 seconds.
Why is it that you all continually come to us and say, we can't do this, we can't do that, but the police don't even have to be here begging for their almost $87 million budget? Why is it that you all treat them better than us? People are begging for pennies for homeless shelters and food banks and whatever else that are actually decent programs for people, and you all are scrutinizing them. But we have to sit here at 8 o'clock at night when people have families.
Thank you. That's your time.
And beg you all. Shame.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Janae Thompson of District 17, to be followed by Ma Yang, to be followed by Jewel Adams. Do we have Janae?
Hello, my name is Janae and my pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I'm a community organizer. And during my work as an organizer, I have noticed that time and time again, we have been demanding for investment in our resources and for our communities. We ask for counselors, social workers, decent food programs, affordable housing, amongst much more. We have asked for significant investments in CARES, and we don't need differently trained police, whether taxpayers are burdened or not. We need investments in our communities, and all we are met with are broken promises of mitigating these issues by elected officials. Every time y'all ask for my vote, Y'all are saying you are committed to investing in my community, my kids, my home, and my interests. Investments in the community do not include expanding the police. Yet schools, jails, food programming, housing, healthcare, and other low to no income resources are scarce, overcrowded, and overpoliced. There have been numerous times where the police have entered the homes and apartments of my neighbors without a warrant or any other structural protocols in place. We don't need new police officers, and we cannot support more police officers when they don't meet the needs of our communities. They don't prevent violence. In fact, the police perpetuate and continue to harm already vulnerable communities. The budget should reflect and address a community's issues and vulnerabilities. Y'all reap the benefits of your broken promises. You assume that the intent that you have is making progress in our communities, yet y'all get reelected and elected off of my vote and other votes that look like mine, and fail to have our best interests at the forefront of decision-making in our communities. Freedom Inc.'s People's Budget Report showed that the total city operating budget is more than $350 million, and the police are allocated approximately $86 million of that. The CARES budget is significantly smaller in comparison, which received $750,000 before the mayor's proposal of $160,000 to be added. Directing more funding to the CARES program and other emergency services and moving funding away from the police should be a priority to help and provide safety for our vulnerable communities. Amendment 12 prioritizes the alternatives to emergency services that we need. Amendment 8 does not go deep enough to address our community issues surrounding police involvement. The flexible budget that is given to the police and the lack of investments in our community in a city that is already experiencing over-policing is alienating and subjecting Black, Southeast Asian, youth, and queer folks to hyper-surveillance and neglect from elected officials who promise to do better. So do better.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ma Yang of District 3, to be followed by Jewel Adams, to be followed by Dan Fitch. We have Ma Yang on Zoom.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Do you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So, what is this? So we know that police does not stop COVID. They also do not provide our community the necessary things that we need to live day by day. So if community organizers are able to feed and provide household essentials to our community with the low money that we have, why can't the city do the same? This city is so well resourced, and instead of putting that money into the community and helping the community thrive, they prefer to put that money into the police. And what could the police do? The community is able to provide better and safer wellness to each other than any police officer can. Let's invest in our community and not the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jewel Adams of District 14, to be followed by Dan Fitch, to be followed by Gisela Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jewel Adams. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. It's very disturbing to me that we are here again tonight discussing what should we do with the budget funds when we see where the money needs to go. Eventually, the money needs to go to homelessness. There is so many people homeless. And if you care about your community and your people that's in the community, there shouldn't even be a second question. We shouldn't be here today talking about what we're going to do and how we're going to fund the police. That should not even be in the budget at all. What you guys are doing is causing depression. What you guys are doing is not enough. What you guys need to do is take that money and give it to people. We are all living human beings. We deserve to be housed just like everyone else. What happens? We need to be on board with all as one. Madison is one of the most wealthy cities I've ever lived in. Yet over 701 people on a given night are homeless. The budget should reflect homelessness. Stop kicking homeless people to the side. It's a shame that every corner you turn, there's a new apartment building going up. Yet People are still sleeping in gas stations, laundromat, sleeping on park bench. People are going to be freezing and dying before 2022 is over. The weather is about to change, and COVID is out there. We have a COVID epidemic. We also have a drug overdose epidemic. Fentanyl is out here killing, but you're talking about giving police money, raising their funds, getting 6 new polices on board. What for? The issue is homelessness, not police funds. We do not need 6 new police to help us do anything. We need housing for people before the weather breaks, and affordable housing. Everywhere you turn, there's a building being put here.
You have 30 seconds left.
No one is using those buildings for the benefit of the homelessness. Please overlook the police fund and look at people, the value of our people and our community. We need housing, not police. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dan Fitch of District 6, to be followed by Gisela Wilson, to be followed by Bianca Gomez.
Howdy, folks.
Go ahead, Dan.
Howdy, folks. Thanks for listening to everybody tonight. I want to lift up what the last speaker just said and sit with it. We need housing, not police. I think that pretty much sums it up. So I'll keep my remarks short. As far as this budget process, we have to try other methods to make our budget decisions responsive to the people for actual democracy. I think we need to look into participatory budgeting and other methods that the cities are trying these days. About the public safety and the budget decisions that you all are making about that, I want to remind everyone that we have really bad racial disparities in arrests and jail population here. And the one leads to the other. The Sheriff's Department is doing jail tours right now, and I really recommend going if you can. We simply need to get people out of our jail, and to do that, we need to lessen police contacts. Our over-policing and hyper-surveillance, business as usual, has led to the racial disparities actually getting worse in our jail. The sheriff recently said 80% of the folks in our jail have mental health issues. Arresting people and putting them in jail is not going to solve any of that. We all know this. Instead of funding this failed community policing idea and trying to make police proactive and have them cover every possible job, we should fund the CARES program like we're starting to do. We should do that more. We should fund affordable housing, pandemic support, and all the other services people actually need. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gisela Wilson of District 6, to be followed by Bianca Gomez, to be followed by Jamie Blessing. Do we have Gisela on the Zoom?
Yeah, I should be here. Okay, I'm Gisela Wilson, and I'm speaking at the very least in support of Amendment 12. I'm really surprised that Madison keeps trying for these COPS grants for progressive community. It's actually quite an embarrassment that we have to keep fighting the same battle over and over and again, while, as other people have said, people in our community are going hungry, people in our community are out on the street, and those are the problems we have to mitigate. We have to mitigate mental health problems from the pandemic problems. There's so many other places that this money needs to go. And if 2020 was an example of how the city operates, I remind you that this grant only supplies funding for 3 years. And after those 3 years, try defunding those positions. It is just irresponsible for us to accept that money when there's so much other need in our community. Nationally, 1% to 4% of calls to police are for violent crime, which includes murder, rapes, and burglary. Only 1% to 4%. How many percent of those calls are for mental health issues, substance abuse, domestic violence, all of those things that we could use care funds for or other mental health services for beyond the simple issues of homelessness. The way I really see it, given the percentage of calls only, we should be giving $88 million towards mental health and substance abuse. So you see my point. I'm in support of Amendment 12. And I really hope that Madison sees itself as the progressive community it likes to advertise itself as being. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bianca Gomez from District 5.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. My name is Bianca Gomez, and I've been helping to lead much of the conversation about policing in Black communities in Madison and elsewhere. I've attended dozens of city council meetings over the years. Again and again, both myself and other community members have explained through data, through statistics, through narratives, through our trauma, through our experiences that police do not keep my people safe or keep my people well. They contribute to the death and destruction of our Black children, our Black queer and trans folks, Black women, Black men, Black elders. In almost every city across the country, the police budget is higher than any other social service. They get more funding than domestic violence services. They get more funding than food pantries. They get more funding than homelessness services. They get more funding than schools and hospitals. Commitments from elected officials about the divestments from police and investments into survival programs have been on repeat, particularly every election cycle when y'all are trying to get the Black vote and get the Southeast Asian vote and get the POC vote in Madison. But the city has not followed through on any promise or any commitment to keep us safe. What we have seen is an increase in criminalization and policies and practices that do not keep our people safe. More military weapons and more surveillance does not keep our people safe. 6 new police officers does not keep our people safe. Under the guise of public safety, the city continues to advocate for more policing, but a budget that reflects the actual needs of the people most impacted in this community would prioritize housing, like Ms. Jules said, for all instead of state violence in the form of policing. We are surviving a pandemic. Our people cannot afford to live or feed their children or get to work, and giving more money to police means that you are investing in more hardship and in more violence, not public safety and not wellness. Our vision of safety in this community, our vision of justice in this community does not include police. I encourage y'all to look at Freedom Inc.'s people budget and actually invest in the programs and policies that uplift our safety and our wellness, and do not invest no more money into no police.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Blessing, District 6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jamie Blessing. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I've lived in Madison for 13 years. Thank you for taking the time tonight to listen to the people you represent about our needs and values. I hope you are making space in your heart to hear people speaking about the challenges they face and sit with the impact of the decisions you'll be making this week. I'm here to speak on Madison's operating budget for 2023, specifically Amendment number 12, and the importance of investing in our community, not cops. True solutions to safety come from investing in resources that meet our community's needs and support our neighbors who are vulnerable. Policing is a reactive response that often causes harm. Hiring an independent police monitor is an important step towards addressing this harm. We can further prevent this harm by directing more city funding towards programs like CARES rather than increasing police spending. Thank you to Alders Figueroa Cole and Furman for hearing these concerns raised at the Finance Committee and incorporating them into Amendment number 12. This amendment increases funds for the CARES program, which helps to prevent people who are experiencing mental health crises from being put in jail. This program directly meets an important community need. Additionally, Amendment 12 removes the federal cops grant, which would bring 6 new officers to MPD and leave the city on the hook to pay for them in 3 years. Policing doesn't meet the needs of our communities, doesn't prevent violence, and most importantly, it continues to harm the most vulnerable among us, as you've heard many people speak to tonight. Removing this grant is a necessary step towards mitigating the harm that would come from increasing police spending and police presence in our communities. As it stands, the current budget allocates over half of the city's funding for public health and safety to the police department. This is 10 times what is allocated for the public health department. This does not reflect our city's needs or values. Many people have spoken tonight about the importance of funding for the public market and the River Food Pantry. These are examples of programs that support the livelihoods of marginalized members of our community and meet basic needs of vulnerable residents of the city. Other examples identified as high priority by Freedom Inc.'s community survey in 2020 include grocery stores, parks, community centers, streetlights, bus stops, and affordable housing. We do not need more police. We do not need differently trained police, and we do not need community outreach from police. True safety comes from equitable access to life-affirming resources. Thank you for your time and for working to create a city budget that reflects our community's values and priorities.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellen Sims from District 15.
Hi, my name is Ellen. I live in East Madison, and I'm a parent to a 10-year-old who's an MMSD student. I'm here to talk about the operating budget for 2023 and the importance of investing in our community. In particular, tonight, I'm in support of Amendment 12 for the CARES program. I would also like to thank Alders Figueroa Cole and Furman for hearing these concerns and incorporating them into Amendment 12. I have heard a lot tonight and a lot of passion here. And I hope that you can take all these aspects into your heart and really consider something that you're seeing and that you're hearing and you're feeling, because, you know, I'm not against police. I actually really appreciate and admire police and their efforts. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have police. However, I do not believe that police funding to this extreme or adding 6 new officers is actually going to provide us more safety in our community. I actually believe that it could actually increase harm. And we have an opportunity to support a program like CARES where we can really step in and show that the community cares about each other. You know, I don't know about you, but when someone is triggered, activated, intoxicated, experiencing a mental health crisis, certain people and situations can actually cause harm. And if we have people who are specifically trained, but also have a sense of a place in this community to offer support and love, we may actually see a decrease in harm and a change in the numbers of the violence. You know, I wouldn't expect anyone to
30
be
seconds.
able to deal with every situation. And I feel like we put a lot on the police for this. And so maybe we should consider that we can work together with other programs and the police to help mitigate this harm. I appreciate your time and all of your effort into the city budget as well as everything else tonight and hearing us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Milton Jr. from District 9.
There's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay. The next speaker then is Edward Murray from Fitchburg.
Good evening to you all. You, I know, have great patience and you've been doing this for a little while. And I want to appreciate you for the time and the work that you guys do. I am a citizen in this area for over 30 years, and I have seen different mayors come and go. I've seen different police chiefs come and go. I've seen a lot of things, but I've always seen our children. I have worked in the Madison Metropolitan Schools, Janesville, Verona, and I've seen our children hurting. I've seen them misunderstood, and I've seen them misguided, and I've seen a lot of things that they need. But this Amendment 12, I'm an opposition of it. Everybody's been speaking about police this and police that, over-policed. I'm sorry, if we didn't have police, where would we be? These 6 new officers in community policing is a tool. People aren't looking at that. It's a tool to be able to reach youth, to be able to guide them. I've been a part of a group that has a motto, what they see is what they will be. If we don't have good policing, starts with community outreach. It is the best tool that we have. I've also seen this body go against body cameras, which I'm very a proponent of, because of money. Everything comes down to money, budget. Everybody wants this, everybody wants that. It's your guys' tough job to figure out which ones we need. I'm here to let you know we need these 6 officers. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak to you and for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benji Ramirez Gomez from District 6.
Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hey, y'all. So let's start from the beginning. I am a lifelong Madisonian. I have family in places I call home in districts 18, 12, 6, 2, 4, 15, 3, 17, and 8. Been here all my life. And I'm here to speak first in support of Amendment 6 for student housing. Rebel Sims is a homie. He lives in 2 or 6. I know that the maps kind of changed over the past few years, but first, student housing is a really crucial, as we've heard, housing is just in general a crucial component of our day-to-day life. And yes, the weather has turned to below freezing, and we have neighbors who will freeze to death tonight, tomorrow night, every night this winter, right? We have to start in any direction. And I think housing our students, especially in a city that has seen heavy gentrification in the past decade, we need to start housing people here today. I'm also here to speak in favor of Amendment 12, right? Specifically more funding for the CARES program and denying the federal grant for 6 more cops. These 6 cops will be stationed around the 4 MMSD high schools. And what we've seen, right, this past year, MPD pepper sprayed students outside East High School. That is not the model or influence I want anywhere near our youth, anywhere. And yet, we have a culture that feels empowered to call upon violence on our students, to call violence down, and to break their souls, break the very image that they have of themselves. And so easily, we have the choice here to not spend $86 million on this war with ourselves, war with our community members, war with our neighbors, because that is what they are preparing for. It is why they have military-grade weapons. It is why they surveil on each and every one of us. We are the target. We, the working class, are the people that the police are institutionalized to keep oppressed. And so I ask of you, please right? The MPD could easily eat up the budget deficit that the public market is seeing. A
30
project
seconds.
that is supporting so many members of our community. So please, I stand in support of Amendment 6 and Amendment 12. Be brave and imagine a world without police, a world where we can all thrive. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Daniel Rull, District 15. Alder McKinney?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure. Daniel, hold on one second. We have an Alder question.
Certainly.
The mayor had been calling in threes so that the availability of the next speaker would be in the queue. Would I be out of order if I request that you do that?
I can do that. Our registrant after Daniel would be Everett Mitchell, and after that is Larissa Duncan. And I will go ahead and do that. Thank you. Sorry, Daniel, go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. My name is Dan Rolfs. I am the president of the board of the Madison Professional Supervisory Employee Association. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition of General Municipal Employees, Local 6000, Local 236, MIPSI, and the Madison City Attorneys Association of the MCAA. First of all, thank you for your service. I know that this is a long night or nights if it goes that way. Right now, general municipal employees, who we all represent, are 6% behind, or 6% behind in pay behind sworn police and fire staff. The city's ability to recruit and retain high quality staff is directly tied to the city's competitiveness when it comes to wages. And this is directly tied to the city's ability to deliver efficient and meaningful services to residents. The city has had an increasingly difficult time recruiting and retaining staff. Job openings are open longer and often go unfilled. This is up and down the pay scale and the comp group and all across different comp groups. For example, Ride the Drive this past year was canceled due to lack of seasonal park staffing. I have more and more stories of folks who are leaving the city for other opportunities, up and down the level of experience and the pay scale. And additionally, far more is being asked of fewer and fewer experienced staff. When the city delivers services like snow plowing, building inspection, neighborhood planning, homeless housing services, transportation improvements, library staffing, and on. All of that takes staff to do those things. We are looking for support to approve the budget advanced by the Finance Committee, which fully closes half of that 6% gap by the end of 2023. Closing that gap recognizes the work that general municipal employees do, helps recruit and retain quality staff, and ensures that we can end selective austerity sooner rather than later. I want to thank the folks who have supported this proposal and moved it forward. Thank you for your support for the budget, and I ask for your support for the budget as advanced by the Finance Committee. I apologize for my dog. He has feelings as well, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Everett Mitchell, followed by Larissa Duncan, followed by Larissa Rose. I don't know if Everett is with us.
There's no person by that name in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Then our next registrant would be Larissa Duncan, District 15.
Good evening. Thank you, Alders, for your service. I am a resident of District 15 in Madison. I'm an MMSD parent, and I am a faculty member at the university where I work to support child and family well-being, though I'm not representing the university here tonight. I'm here to request that you please support Amendment 12 instead of Amendment 8. I want to thank Council President Furman and Alder Figueroa Cole for sponsoring Amendment 12 that would appropriately remove COPS grant match funding and expand the CARES program. This change is what my neighbors and I want to see to increase safety in our community. As so many others have described, there are numerous ways we could spend these funds that would lead to true safety in our community. The COPS matching funds seem minimal. It's only $95,000 now. However, the city will soon have to pay the entire salaries for these 6 new positions in just a few years at a cost of over $500,000 per year. Those funds would be much better spent by increasing CARES funding, investing in youth programs and community development work that we know prevents violence. Research is clear. Greater contact with police leads to the disparities that we see in our community. It leads to the criminalization of Black and Brown youth. Expanding our police force is taking our city in the wrong direction and at a significant cost to taxpayers after this initial grant funding expires. The community policing model has a stated purpose of improving police legitimacy, which to me sounds like a public relations job. I'm not willing to contribute $500,000 a year to the police doing PR work. However, I would be delighted for my taxpayer dollars to support true growth of programs that we already have started. We're innovative with CARES. We're innovative with greater funding for reproductive health through our public health department. We have choices. We can be courageous. We can choose to put funding towards the things that prevent violence, that create true safety in our community, and that reduce the contact of police with our young people, with my child, with my child's friends, with the other families who are important members of our MMSD community. So I urge you to please support Amendment 12. Remove the match for federal COPS funding before you pass the 2023 operating budget. Please don't send us a bill in just a few years to pay for new officers that we don't want or need. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Alder Hellington McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I received a text that Judge Mitchell is on the line and he...
Okay, we'll come back to him. I'm keeping a list of the people that are skipped. We have a bunch of people that we'll come back to. Thank you. Our next registrant is Larissa Rojos from District 6, and that'll be followed by Bonnie Rowe, and then we'll go through the people that we didn't find previously. Larissa?
We don't have a exact name badge, but if we could check. Larissa, is this Larissa?
Yeah, it's Larissa, Joanna. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. So thank you for letting me speak once again. This year is like tiring, and you already know where I stand, most of y'all. Like, this is ridiculous that we continue to talk about something that, like, it just makes sense to invest in community. You already heard everything. All of the great people most of the great people that has testified tonight already say what we really need, and it's funding for our Black and Brown children, Black and Brown communities. Y'all continue to not do your job as an elected official when we are out here voting for y'all. Elections coming up, so watch out what you're doing, because like, we need real representation, real people that's gonna do their job for the community. Like, this is out of control. We got so much people out there on the streets without home. We got a lot of older problems that could be, we can create a lot of prevention resources for a lot of problems. Crime, domestic violence, like, I can go on, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, this is ridiculous that y'all just not doing the job. It's really tiring, but we got a lot of children that it's suffering. At the end of the day, they're the ones that suffering. It's the future of the city, the future of the world. And we are in a critical time that we had to pay attention to what we really need to focus on. The resources that our children and young adults need right now will only benefit the city, the world eventually. And we had to continue to lead by example. This is one of the most diverse common council, but then yet people that looks like us do not represent people that looks like us. And it's just ridiculous. It's embarrassing. And we need to do better. And I know y'all can do better. I know we can all do better. We can work on all this together. And I'm not speaking as a non-organization today, but I'm amplifying the voices that cannot be here tonight. So those voices, those people that cannot register or know that these meetings are happening, I am the voice for those people and for my family and for my children, because we just want to be in a better environment and have no police that's harassing us and attacking us and making our lives harder when we're trying to survive after this so-called pandemic. It's over. It's not over. We're still
30
getting
seconds
sick.
left.
30 seconds, I yield my time, but do better, do your job, represent the people that looks like you if you're there. But
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bonnie Rowe of District 11, and then we'll come to Judge Everett Mitchell.
Good evening. First, I would like to thank you, Mayor, for including this COPS grant for 6 officers in your executive budget. When I hear people talking about investing in the community and not the police, I'd like to suggest that the two are not mutually exclusive. We need housing, we need programs, we need police. The mayor has invested generously in housing, shelter, public health, approach to violence, and CARES. CARES has funding for more units, and the fire department is not ready for more funding for CARES right now because they're growing it right. A team of 6 grant-funded officers dedicated to proactive relationship building with our youth is a huge felt need in our city. Our youth need resources. One way to lessen racial disparities in the jail and in incarceration is to invest in these 6 officers who will prioritize youth and help them stay or get back on a healthy path for themselves. Building trust and legitimacy between youth and the police is really important. These 6 officers are not out to arrest and criminalize our youth. These are proactive positions. In other words, these officers are not patrol officers responding to 911 calls for service. They would be creating youth programming and opportunities for positive non-enforcement activities, and they will serve as a liaison between the police and the community. Hopefully all of you council members realize that 88.9% of the police budget goes toward personnel. Even so, they are very understaffed. Most days they are struggling to fill hard minimum shift levels. Our children are hurt, some are misdirected. Currently, officers are too busy racing from call to proactively reach out and help develop the youth in our community. So I would like to just voice my opposition to amendment number 12, and please keep that in the budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have Judge Everett Mitchell from Sun Prairie?
Yes, we do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Judge.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and I'm sorry I had to leave. But I'm coming to really oppose the, not necessarily oppose or support, but really to talk about the perspective that I see as a presiding judge of our juvenile division here in Dane County. It costs now $1,154 a day to incarcerate a youth that we send to Lincoln Hills from our community. That's over $424,000 a year that goes toward incarcerating a youth. The effort that Chief Barnes is trying to spur in our community is something that we've been working hard to build these relationships over the last 8 to 9 years that I've been working in Madison. And we haven't had consistent relationships with our youth and our young people and communities of color since we lost Chief Noble Ray. This effort by Chief Barnes is really an effort in which he sat down with a lot of our community leaders who we've sat down and had communications about what we see about our youth and what we want to see in the future of our youth and young people. So these efforts that he's trying to initiate is really a community-driven approach by which we're able to engage in the work that we're doing for our young people while also making sure that their futures are protected. I continue to run our court systems with the idea that it's far easier to build strong children than to prepare broken men and women. And if we're going to be a community where we need to have both a brand that is protected, but also so that our young people can see the brand of policing as proactive and supportive, then we must support these efforts that are really trying to engage the community and engage them in a way that allows for our communities to be safe as well as whole at the same time. So as the presiding judge of our juvenile division, I don't want to have to send any more young people up. I want them to not steal cars. I want them to be investing in their futures while also being able to see policing in our community as a different model than what they've had to watch in the TV for the last 5 to 6 years. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge. Let's go back through the list of folks that we missed. Do we have a John Milton Jr. from District 9?
Well, we do not.
Thank you. What about Allison Bell Byrne from District 12?
Yes, we do.
Right. Allison, we're on the operating budget now.
Hi, yeah, thank you for circling back. I know you guys are probably super tired right now, but if you could just take a minute and just like shake it off for a second and take yourself to a place that's like really, where's the calmest and peacefulest and just safest place you can think of in your head. Try to go there for just a second. I'm gonna guess that not a single one of you envisioned something where a police officer was coming to knock on your door. Now, this COPS grant is for the purpose of making our community associate police with safety. When you actually look at the facts, there's nothing to support that being the case. When we educate our community about the truth that the police were made to be slave patrols and strike breakers, and that if you look at the actual data of what they do with their time, almost none of which, statistically, factually, when you look at the data, is about protecting our physical safety, you'll understand why these PR officers are desired. The feds know this. The feds know that we need officer friendly to keep these relationships so that especially people who look like me, white people, can think that the police are here to protect us. Look at the facts. They just don't. They weren't created to. That's just not what they do. And 2 callers ago, to say that the mayor has invested generously in housing, well, Ms. Adams eloquently spoke to the fact that people are sleeping on benches. If you have invested generously in housing for the homeless, there wouldn't be homeless people. So these things are mutually exclusive. We need to invest in community and not the police. Follow my train of thought here. This is just like pure propaganda. What other profession do we need to go and tell people that we're here to do good work? No, you do the good work. And that's just not what the police officers do. You let your job speak for yourself. You don't hire people to go hand out baseball cards, to go into schools, to go brainwash kids from an early age. That shouldn't be necessary. If you like what, the caller who said that the police aren't here to arrest our youth, that's literally the definition of their job. If you like the, quote, social work functions of policing, then hire more social workers. Don't hire police officers. The fundamental nature of their job is to be able to arrest and kill us. That's just the facts.
About
Like Justice
30 seconds
Castagnata
left.
said before the school board, we need to decide, do we want to be able to kill people as our safety plan? That's the fundamental police job. We deserve real investment in community. We deserve housing. We deserve prevention. We know that that for every dollar of prevention, you could spend $10 of treatment. And we're seeing where this has gotten us. We're a struggling community right now, all of us, and we need to think harder.
Thank you. That's your time. Let's see if we have either Kay Galuska, Jesse Bell Byrne, or Rachel Neeson.
None of those people are in attendance.
Okay, thank you. So that's the end of our registrants on the operating budget. Are there questions for registrants on the operating budget? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is Monica Howard still connected?
Jesse, do we have Monica Howard? Can you bring her back, please?
I am here.
Thank you, Monica. You said, and this is a statement that I'd like for you to share more on, police are called to the high schools. Could you say more on that statement that you made?
Yes, before I speak, do I have 3 minutes or do I need to keep this like confined? I just want to make sure I'm respectful of everybody's time.
Thank you.
I'll let the mayor answer that.
There's no official time limit for question responses, but if you could keep it succinct, that would be much appreciated.
Yes, I definitely will. What I will say is that since Memorial's been in session, and I have presented different things to our community for us to be able to come together. I have heard everybody speak tonight, and everybody is bringing viable points based on their own community. But we as a community are Madisonians, and that's what we have to team up for. as far as the school, to answer your question, if you have any specific questions for me in talking to East principal staff, along with La Follette principal staff, along with my daughter going to Memorial UW People Program, AVID program, Boys and Girls Club of Dane County, Chief Police, Sheriff's Department, with our community needing what they need. Everybody needs something, and I want everybody to get what they need, and we all have to work together. And collectively, I think there's been a lot of issues today that have been brought to the forefront. I apologize. I have the RSVO, so I'm just kind of dealing with it. But I would say this. I want for all of us, because I think everybody has presented viable points, and I think that collectively we can make this work together as a community. I think that we need the police department to intervene. I had Mr. McPike, so I'm under a different era, and I'll briefly say that. Because to grow up under Mr. McPike, there was no boundaries. There was no things that he would not do for our city. And we have things named after our city because this man literally sacrificed his life for our community. And I believe in his word and his mission and everything that I've heard bits and pieces tonight. And I think that's where collectively we don't divide, but we unite. Any questions you personally have for me, I'm willing to answer. I do have goals and ideas on our kids' nutrition. Yes, that ties into what was brought up earlier, not only by our food pantries, but also by public safety, public health earlier in this call tonight. And I think all of this is important because it takes a village to raise a child, and we all want a brighter future. And I think that everybody on this call can agree that that's what we want. And I think that is our mission and our goal for our future youth. And I think that's what we focus our attention on. And I think everybody brings a fundamental interest to tonight's call. And this is not a matter of argument of budget or who wins what. This is an argument of collective growth that we work together. And I think that's the most beautiful thing about this call. Any questions for me?
Well, thank you. I think Alder Herring-McKinney is done. Let me just check. Alder Conklin, questions for this speaker? No. Alder Figueroa Cole? No. Alder Bennett, questions for this speaker?
For the speaker.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Thank you, Ms. Howard. I think we're done with you. And thank you, Alder Harrington-McKinney. So, Alder Bennett?
I have questions for Gavin, if he's still available. Gavin Luter.
He is still here, Alder.
Sweet.
Go ahead, he's coming to the podium.
Yes, I'm here. Hey, Juliana.
Hi. Thank you for running to the podium for me. I wanted to just ask you some questions because I know 3 minutes is only so much time, and I don't know if some Alders are familiar with the University Alliance, so I kind of just wanted to ask some follow-up questions on that. So first off, I was wondering, could you inform us about the depth of the analysis that the University Alliance study would provide, like kind of like the benefit of the study for our city?
Yes, absolutely. I can talk about some of the questions that we hope to answer in the study. For instance, I think I'd already mentioned the Office of Financial Aid at UW-Madison quotes $940 a month is what is affordable. This figure has been kind of misrepresented. Even if students do pay this much, can they afford it? How has the issue of affordable housing impacted students? Does it affect some students more than others? How are students paying rent if the unit is not affordable? What life changes or adjustments in living circumstances do students make in order to pay for housing? What policy recommendations or frameworks for developing recommendations could the City of Madison or the university use to address this issue? What can the city and or UW-Madison jointly do to develop more affordable housing for all students? I'll also mention that the University of California at Davis did a very similar study that Revel Sims was very familiar with, and we want to use that as kind of the basic kind of roadmap. Even did some GIS mapping of when people, are they staying in carriage housing, more than two people per unit, where are students living, what does the private market look like? So we do have kind of a format for this, and that's kind of the depth. I hope that answers your question, Alder Bennett.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know that it'll be great to have this, and especially because we don't have
question, Alder
any
Bennett.
policy right now. Sorry, Mayor. This is the worst time to get sick.
Tell me about it, Alder.
I'm wondering. Specifically, you mentioned towards the end that this budget memo will help gain support from other campus community partnerships. So I was wondering if you could give us more information about how this budget amendment, the funding that it will provide, will help also gain support for the rest of the funding needed to complete this study.
Sure. We really hope to leverage this to get other campus partners to fund us. We have the Office of Student Financial Aid, who's involved, the Office of Housing, who's very involved. We also think that there might even be some private developers in the area who might be willing to support some proposal like this. We also might be able to get some people to give some in-kind time to donate some money to support a PA a project assistant or research assistantship. So yeah, we want this to kind of be the beginning of some funding to say the city is invested, and we actually already have the Office of University Relations who's willing to match at least $10,000 for this. So that's Charlie Hoslett's office. I don't know if y'all know Brenda Gonzalez. She's the one who's kind of helped us make that connection.
Awesome. That pretty much completes my questions. Thanks you so much.
Okay, thanks, Alder Bennett.
Thank you, Alder Bennett. Before you go, Gavin, Alder Conklin, questions for this speaker? No. Alder Figueroa Cole? No. Alder Carter, questions for this speaker?
Yes, I have questions for this speaker.
Go ahead, Alder Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So you're saying that you're hoping that other agencies or departments also join in on this project. In the end, what is the end game? Is it to have the university build more affordable resident housing for students? Can you just give me that picture?
Sure. Thank you, Alder, for the question. I think the end game ultimately is to have some kind of a policy framework that we can work out. We also need to know the facts and figures of how bad this issue is in our city. We have a lot of speculation right now, and we're not exactly sure. So I think this would actually give us some conversation starters, and ultimately the policy framework is what we're hoping for. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, and my other question is, I know a few years ago, there was an article in the paper about a student who was maybe living in the car or staying at different folks' houses. But more importantly, the results of her article in the newspaper resulted in having a food pantry on campus. Is that still going on? And are you surveying those students that are using the food pantry?
As far as I know, the food pantry still is going on. I'm not familiar with who is the person who is collecting data on that. Okay. I can certainly get back to you to provide more information. But I mean, I want to make sure that everybody understands we have students who are homeless, who are on our campus, who are struggling to survive. This is not just people outside of UW. People are coming here. They want they want the education and they spend so much on the education that they can't afford to house themselves. So it's not like this is a totally separate population from everybody else that we've heard tonight. This is part of our city's population, and we'd like them to have a place to live when they come here.
Yes, well, my point was just that this could be another avenue to survey.
True. This is very, very true. They're a good population that we can tap into. It's a great point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I think that is it for you, Gavin.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
very much.
Thank you so much.
We'll go next to Alder Conklin.
Yes, I was just wondering, is Erica Bach still here?
Do we have Erica Bach online?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
I just want to give her one more minute to finish up what she was saying, please.
Thank you, Alder. Erica?
Thank you so much to my Alder, and this is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you. I was merely just saying that we do need to take a look at what we are going to fund, and some of the ways that we do that is by looking at where there are excessive amounts of funding. And so for those of you that are newer to the council, this is a conversation, as folks have said, Black and Brown folks have said for years, not just this budget cycle, is that, again, we have this swath of community, and we've got the voices with resources that are very loud, and we have the voices without resources that are very, very loud. And the folks who have the resources have also had the mic and the megaphone for all these years. So I really hope that you all will listen to those folks who are the most impacted as you make your financial decisions. And then the other thing that I just want to point out as it pertains to MPD and the budget and the COPS grant, that our Chief Dr. Barnes actually only lives in Madison a half of the time. Suggest is that the leader of your police force for so long. That means that there's a lot of chain of command, that or 500,000. What it means is we have to invest in the homegrown leaders. We have to invest in the young people who are needing these spaces and places and room to grow and thrive. Arresting them is not going to solve that problem. So I really ask that you think about them. You think about your kids and your grandkids when you're making these financial decisions. And Alder Conklin, a big, deep bow of gratitude to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder Conklin. Alder Figueroa Cole? I'm sorry, questions for this registrant? No. All right, Alder Figueroa Cole.
It's Judge Mitchell on the line, Mayor.
Do we have the Judge Everett Mitchell with us still?
Yes, we do.
Yes, I'm here.
So thank you. I have a question for you. So in your testimony, you mentioned that you have been on this journey for 8 years. Thank you so much for your service. A couple of years ago, when I first started this role as an alder, I immediately got connected with the Violence Prevention Plan. And since then, I'm an active participant on their Strong Neighborhood Committee. We actually had a meeting today. So my question for you is, what is your involvement with the Violence Prevention Plan, and what is your position on their vision of tackling violence from the lens of public health?
I mean, obviously, we support the idea of looking at violence through the lens of public health. We have approached, at least the intention of the work that we do in the bench is to bring in the idea of a trauma-informed lens that allows for us to approach every young person and the families that come before our courts through a trauma-informed lens, which allows for us to approach them differently and to think about our services differently. So I've always supported the idea of looking at violence prevention through a public health lens, rather than just the sole criminal justice lens, which tend to skew toward as incarceration as the only goal, when we really do need to be looking, especially when they're younger, to looking at how do we address the ongoing trauma needs of these young people? Where do we place them when they're not able to be placed in their primary homes? What services do we offer them? How do we make sure that they have access to quality mental health services, make sure that they have quality access to psychiatrists so they have the meds they need? We don't have we don't have group homes in Dane County. We don't have residential care centers in Dane County. So the majority of the people, young people we have from Madison who need help, they have to go outside of our community to get it, which creates a significant hardship on the families who need to be in contact with their young person and their young person to be able to keep those ties and supports together. So if we approach it from a human public health lens, then we're able to bring those young people and those resources hopefully closer to home by targeting our interventions both at every level in which they need them that are specific to the youth's needs, so that we don't end up seeing them increase in violence within our community.
Thank you. Sounds like we are on the same page on that. I really appreciate your service.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you. Judge, stick around. We have other questions for you. Next is Alder Miadze.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You touched on some of this, but if you could elaborate more on what does police community-led opportunity look like and why it's important?
Well, one of the things that judges were being inundated with was this idea of the Kia boys. And so rather than being reactive, which is what a lot of communities were doing from Milwaukee, Chicago, we knew that was a trend that was happening in our community, which is more elevated than what we saw in 2018, 2019. And so I readopted the idea of being proactive rather than reactive. And we brought together rank and file law enforcement officers from various parts of our county to be able to ask the question, how can we be proactive? And we've been meeting over the last several months. We call it the Juvenile Empowerment Team, which is really to take rank and file law enforcement officers to talk about what they're seeing in the streets, what they're seeing in their engagement with young people and families, pull together the schools, administrators, and talk about what they're seeing in their communities, and try to be really proactive in listening to what the young people need. So a lot of work that we've been given has been driven by young people who are in detention, young people who have been arrested for stealing cars or running away from cars or wrecking cars, even to the degree of listening to young people who have, went into people's homes and stole their cars. Like, what were you looking for? What is it that you need? What support services can we give you? And some of that information is important for law enforcement to hear, but also for us as a system to be able to respond to. And I think the young people give us a range of different options, some of which, range from the need for employment, maybe mentorship opportunities, to, being able to find safe places in schools. And it's just unfortunate that the ways in which we have to resolve it is that they have to be in some ways in detention or incarcerated before we're able to really get at what they need and offer them the services that they need. So we're really trying to be proactive, be in those communities. We know who these young people are. They're not secrets to any of us, maybe to some of you all, but for those who work in the system, these young people and their families are not secrets. So figuring out ways that we can collaborate better with our schools, our communities, our social workers, so that we can make sure that we're reaching these families at the point of need so that they don't have to feel like they're escalated. Just as an example, I have a case right now that we're trying to resolve where a 9-year-old and his 6-year-old sister went into their neighbor's home, stole the keys out the house, and then stole the car and was joyriding in the car. Obviously, when you see that in your courtroom, it is startling. But the question then is, how do we support this mother who has 6 kids, triplets, and these 2 really are by themselves for the most of the day, still in cars at 2 a.m. We have a significant need to make sure we touch that Madison family and not allow ourselves. And, you need partners and law enforcement so they could talk about what trends they see, but you also need community partners who also can provide those resources to those families directly before they get too deep inside of our system.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you for all that you do, especially having our youth that go into your court without shackles on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Stick with us, Judge Alder Vitever.
Yes. Thank you for being here. My question is that several of the speakers tonight talked about hyper-policing, and I'm wondering if you, as a judge, are seeing evidence of that in your courtroom, and if so, what does that look like?
No, I'm not really seeing hyper-policing at all in the cases that we see. In some instances, it probably would be of value to have hyper engagement, and hyper engagement might be that we're trying to meet young people before they get caught up into the system. Like I said earlier, a lot of the affected families that we see and we've marched in streets and participated, we understand the nervousness and the fear that a lot of them have, and even law enforcement to a later degree understand that. But what we're trying to really accomplish in this process is how do we assist both our families to be safe and create an environment where our communities can be safe. And I think the bridge is to have a strong police force. And I'll be clear that, my communities that I serve, pastor church, work in this community, they want strong policing, but they just also want their children to be safe. And their communities to be safe. So how do we accomplish that goal? I think at least from the change in leadership that we've seen in our community with Sheriff Barrett, with Chief Barnes, down in Monona, we've seen, conversations that we've never been able to have. And I think in this era, we should at least give us an opportunity to say that the work that we have been pushing for has been fruitful because we are at the table. They're willing to have these conversations, willing to be vulnerable, and willing to get feedback from the community. We didn't have that when we were down, when Erica Bach and I were, down there pushing. We sat in those rooms where people were being dismissive of community members because we were trying to bring our voice. That's not the same way that we had to sit before. The table has been set differently. And I think this is a moment that we have to make sure that we're really engaging our partners, our community partners in a different way.
Thank you. Next, we have Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Judge Mitchell. I just have two quick questions, or maybe not so quick, but the first one is, you mentioned a little bit about the juvenile team. I'm just wondering whether or not that group is collecting data, and if so, how's that data being used to address some of the unmet needs of the juveniles and their families?
So the juvenile empowerment team is just at the point of starting gathering different types of data sets. So the first data set that we're using is what we collected in the detention center as we spoke directly to the youth. As I said, I really think it's very important for the youth to have guidance on what they need. And so we're taking that information for young people, both who stole cars, but we also recently started listening and bringing in victims of human trafficking young girls. We just, recovered one of our young girls from Alabama. We have another one that was caught outside of Milwaukee on the Green Bay line. So, not only are we talking about stolen cars, we're also talking about stolen bodies. So we're using the information that they give us to better assess what services we have, what services have we missed, what things can we collaborate on, even as digging down even to the data about how many students will be eligible to play in sports, but that privilege has been taken away from them because of how the WIAA looks at felony charges for young people. So even really looking at how we charge young people so that they don't lose these opportunities to still do pro-social activities, even though we know it's a privilege, but it's also a way and a tool to keep them off the streets, keep them involved in the community and not involved in criminal behavior, which in many ways it seems to be so easy to get into.
All right, thank you. And then my last question is around the unmet needs. For example, you mentioned a mom and trying to get those folks connected to resources, but overall, can you just speak to what I imagine plenty of those families are dealing with is a host of unmet needs?
Oh, Sabrina, I can't tell you. I'll give you a chance to come do a ride along with where you can sit next to me as we're trying to assess all of the unmet needs in our family. So whether it is housing instability, which is huge right now, we're talking about lack of access to drug, AODA, healthcare, mental health access is limited. We have wait lists, 6 to 9 months wait lists for folks to see a therapist. Even with those we have special contracts with, we're not able to get people into these services. We're talking about food insecurity, food deserts, transportation issues. If the services in Madison, but housing is too expensive in Madison, they have to live in Stoughton or Sun Prairie or Oregon or Verona or Fitchburg. How do they get back to their primary services? Even when we're trying to do virtual, we assume people have computers and networks and internet and stable. The needs just continue. There's a population in our community that is so disconnected and so in pain that the services that we have are not accessible to them until they get into the court. And then, I can leverage my role as a judge to make sure we get them priority. But even with that, we still are finding ourselves, it feels like we're chasing a dream rather than fulfilling it. So, I'm trying to, open up what we do to Anesis. I referred to, Lisa Caden Clare's Black Women's Wellness, bringing them in, Aaron Perry with the, Black men to maybe mentor young Black men. We, Dear Diary was a big partner for us before Yana had to, relocate down. So we're trying to utilize every community-based service that we have. But even then, the needs are so severe that, sometimes they attach and sometimes they choose not to.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions we have for you, Judge Mitchell. Thank you again for sticking around.
All right. Thank you so much, team. All right.
I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions on the operating budget. So that's the end of our public comment. I would propose that we take a break now before we start deliberations. If somebody, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Motion for a break, please.
How long?
10 minutes.
Moved and seconded for a 10-minute break. Sorry, Alder Conklin.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of a 10-minute break? Seeing no objection, we are on break for 10 minutes. That brings us back at 9:25. Okay, we're about 2 minutes out, folks, 2 minutes out. Alder Wahilahi, do you need something before we come back?
No, Madam Mayor, just to let you know I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And we're 1 minute out. We can have alders on the Zoom make their way back to their cameras and turn them on again, and then alders in the room, come on back and take your seats. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 11 alders so far. There's 12. All right, I need any alders within the sound of my voice to either turn your cameras on or come and take your seats so we can start again. Okay, there we go. Thank you all. We are going to call us back to order from the break and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Heck. Madison. Miadze. Paulson. Fair. Tischler. Verveer. Vitiver. Wahelia. Abbas.
Here.
Here. Benford.
Present.
Bennett.
Here.
Carter. Conklin. Curry. Evers.
Here.
Figueroa Cole. Foster.
Here.
Furman. Harrington McKinney. Miadze. All right, Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so our first agenda item is Legistar 73264, the 2023 Executive Capital Budget. We are taking it up as amended by the Finance Committee. President Furman, a motion, please.
Move adoption.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. We'll work through a series of amendments that are proposed to the capital budget. For each amendment, I'll be asking the sponsoring alders to move and second and to speak briefly to the amendment if you wish. We'll then go to questions for staff, to discussion, and to a vote on the amendment. So are there any questions about procedure? If not, starting then with the capital budget amendments, Item 1 is regarding the Community Development Division. Alder Miadze,
Yes.
a motion, please.
Move adoption.
Is there a second? We'll take that as a second from Alder Curry. Alder Miadze, do you wish to speak briefly to this?
When you say briefly, how long is briefly?
But this is just the introduction, Alder, then we'll go to questions for staff.
All right. I had a little speech to. Oh, okay. All right. Well, move adoption or. Yep.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on this amendment? Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I would like to recuse myself. I am the board member of River Food Pantry, so I will not be able to vote or participate in discussion/comments.
Thank you, Alder. It's duly noted. Alder Evers, do you have questions?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. For Jim O'Keefe?
Jim is here. Is that you, Jim? Go ahead, Alder.
Yes, Jim. In the analysis of this particular amendment, it was indicated that there is an apparent deviation from protocol. From what I understand, that it is more common that instead of a straight out grant being given to a nonprofit in a situation like this, we would offer a zero interest loan, perhaps in response to an RFP. Could you speak to the difference and as to, have we ever done it this way before? That's the second. I guess that's the part 2 of the question.
Alder, the difference between a long-term deferred loan and a grant is that the loan obviously implies repayment at some point. The terms that we offer, as you mentioned, are 0% long-term deferred. What that translates to is that there are no payments on the loan and there is no repayment required until or unless there is a change in use of the property from that which we provided financing for, or the owner of the property sells it. So either of those two actions would trigger repayment. Of course, if funds are awarded as a grant, there would be no repayment. To your second question, we do not, we have not, to my knowledge, made grants available to community partners of this sort, community facility type projects. We've held to that long-term deferred loan approach because it does a couple of things for us. At some point, it returns funds which over the years have been scarce, and so it replenishes the program over a period of time. Secondly, it provides some means to ensure that funds that the city provides for a particular project see to it that the use for which the funds were made continues on a long-term basis. So those are the two big advantages, in our opinion, to the approach of loans versus grants.
And toward that end, would you anticipate that if this were to be approved by this body tonight, that we might get into a situation where another nonprofit community-based organization, say Urban Triage, and they wanted to build a new building and they came to us and asked for a grant and we turned them down, and they could say, well, wait a second, you did it for this other organization. Would we perhaps be setting an unfortunate precedent if we were to vote this through, or let's say a difficult precedent?
Well, I think, Alder, it's reasonable to expect that if funds were earmarked for a project as is proposed, that there would be other organizations that might seek similar favor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vitever.
This might be a question for Matt. If you could just describe very briefly the HRAP program and what funds are available in that program and how much might be available in a given year to this entity.
Sure. Thank you, Alder. HRAP is the Healthy Retail Access Program. This is a program that is within the Economic Development Division budget. We have $250,000 budgeted annually, and it provides funding to retailers and organizations that are working to provide healthier food options to the community. So, for example, we've provided funding to grocery stores so that they can improve their equipment to be able to sell healthier food options. And we've also provided funding over time to several organizations that work in the food security area of the community. And again, it's a maximum of budgeted of $250,000 per year, and the Food Policy Council makes recommendations on who receives funding.
Thank you. Alder Paulson?
Yeah, just wanted to, I saw references to the CFL program, and I just wanted to clarify that this is not changing the CFL program, not changing any funding on, I guess I don't need to turn around and look at Jim, but just to clarify that this isn't changing any of that program, that money is still there. This is just, the text was just to set it off as an example of saying this is similar but not quite the same program.
Yes, Alder, this amendment provides funding outside of that community facilities loan program.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So can someone please clarify for me if the county budget already was approved?
Yes, it has.
I thought so. So the funding this was an executive allocation, and that was approved, and they will get that money already from the county. It's not like they're depending on our sourcing.
Alder, I've not seen the county, the specific language. I'm not aware that the provision of county funding was made contingent upon the availability of city funding.
Right, thank you. So can you, I think you kind of cover some of my following question somewhat, but has the River come to your office or division to discuss the different types of fundings that you guys provide?
So we have had, over the years, we have had from time to time conversations with officials from the food pantry about their plans to expand their facility or develop different facilities. The most recent, this current request came to us within just the past month or so. We had a preliminary conversation maybe a month ago, maybe a little more than a month ago, and we responded to it by asking for additional information. We didn't have enough information about the project itself and what the cost was, what the sources of funding were. So we asked for, and I believe on the 31st of October, we received a full sources and uses document describing what those costs were and where funds were to come from, and a little bit more detailed description of the program.
And is it possible then, after with now having the seed money from the county and the discussion that Alder Fair was having with the people from the River, that this will facilitate their fundraising, and if they have a gap throughout the year, they can always come back to us or to you guys for additional funding?
So Alder, tell me if I'm being responsive. We would, if we were to receive a request for funding for this proposal as it exists today, we would be a little bit concerned about that $4.2 million that needs to be raised to complete the financing for the project. It isn't the case that we would expect all of that private fundraising to be in place, but we would hope to have some sense that there are commitments toward a significant portion of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Fair.
Thank you. That last question I had too, so thank you, Alder Figueroa-Cole, for asking it. I guess my remaining question is, and I know we have in the past at times, maybe to the chagrin of some of us, made direct funding allocations through a budget process to nonprofits, but I don't remember anything being this big of a funding allocation, $1 million. Can you think of anything, Jim, where we've done something directly through the budget process without a competitive process of this magnitude?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay.
So, Alder Fair, some 5 or 6 years ago, we embarked on an effort involving the Bridge Lake Point Winona Community Center and that neighborhood's long desire to replace the community center. And we had the bright idea of making that project part of an affordable housing development. And further, we were operating under the presumption that we could take advantage of tax increment financing to help finance a major portion of that new neighborhood center. We subsequently learned that those funds were not available to us, and so we had to withdraw that request. But I think feeling some obligation, we did include in the following budget a commitment of a total of $2 million. A major portion of it, $1.4 million, was to be drawn from the Community Development Block Grant Program, and $600,000 of that total was one-time funding that became available upon the closure of a tax increment financing district. I forget the number of the TID, but it had generated cash surplus, and that $600,000 represented the city's portion of that surplus. So we put those funds into the budget. They remain there. We did use a competitive process to identify an operator for that facility, and so it was not without any kind of RFP process, but really the commitment to the project itself came through an RFP process. I suppose one could argue through the Affordable Housing Fund RFP process, but that didn't materialize, and so we committed to maintaining our contribution to the program. So that's kind of a roundabout way, but that is the only other project that I can think of in the time that I've been with the division where there's been this kind of a commitment, sizable commitment, without the benefit of a direct application process or competitive application process.
Thank you. I'm now reminded of that and all those staff reports you gave us at CDBG on that topic. Sorry, I forgot about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Alder Vittever, another question?
Yes, I'm reviewing the CFL guidelines, and the very last piece talks about lobbying, and so I'm just questioning if the River has registered as a lobbyist with the city.
Ooh. That would be a question for the clerk's office, I think. Do we have a way to look up who is registered as a lobbyist? Let's give the attorneys a moment to look that up. And we'll go to Alder Miadze. Questions?
Yes, this question's for Jim. Basically, the loan program that you have, which is, you said about $250,000, you guys can roughly give a year, right? Oh, am I on? Huh?
The 250,000, Alder, is the Healthy Retail Access Program.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that if we're to reach a goal of $1 million, that will take 4 years. So basically, for the River Food to meet that goal of $1 million, given that their lease expires in 2000.
Is there a question here, Alder?
Basically, wanted to bring the clarification that
The amount of the HRAP program.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson?
Yeah, also I think that Alder Miazzi might have wanted to also ask about the CFL program, which is a separate, similar program for loans. But my actual question was on just the process here. Do we have a second, any more kicks at the can at this? How does this work? Are we just committing that we're going to be a contributor to the capital campaign, and then at some point in late in 23, 24, 25, when they raise the rest of the money, they're going to show up and say, ask for the check? Do we re-vote on it then? Do we have another chance to look at the financials and say, you're a little shaky, or you're looking at what your project plans are here? They don't match, the money you've got and what you're going to build doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to understand what commitment are we making here?
So let's have Jim answer the first question, which I think would be useful for all of us to hear. Can you describe the community facilities loan program, and do you think the river would be eligible for it?
So under the current parameters of the community facilities loan program, the funding that would be available to this or a comparable project would be limited to $400,000, and that funding would be made available in the form of a loan. Any of the funds that we make available through that program will come back through this council for approval in the form of a resolution. There will not be a competitive process. We've chosen not to set it up as our more typical competitive RFP process, because we want these funds to be available to organizations when they are ready to proceed with a project, and not force them to wait, on the timing of an RFP process. We typically, when we make funds available, whether it's to developers for a housing development project or whether it's for nonprofits, we typically make our funds contingent upon one or more conditions. In this case, it would almost certainly be, an award would almost certainly be made contingent upon the applicant's demonstration that they've raised the balance of the funding needed to proceed with a project. Typically, we also include contingencies about an applicant receiving any needed land use approvals. So that would be one caveat here. I think normally we would be uncomfortable making those commitments unless we had evidence that an organization was well along in its fundraising campaign. But nonetheless, we would add that contingency of the balance of the funding needing to be in hand before we would release our funds.
Thank you, Alder. And I think to answer the second part of your question, my read of the amendment language, and you can certainly ask the city attorney for his opinion, it does not require any contingencies or any further action by this council. As the amendment is written, it really takes us into unprecedented territory. And if you follow the letter of the amendment, this would grant them the money, full stop. Are there other questions for staff? All right, seeing no other questions for staff, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Miazzi, now's your chance.
I'm blind without my glasses, sorry. Fellow council members, it's my duty tonight to introduce an amendment to invest $1 million in the food pantry, a key community resource that enables thousands of neighbors to improve their nutrition and financial circumstances. Over the past 16 years, the River Food has become South Central Wisconsin's busiest food pantry, serving well over 2,000 people each week. The River works to build strong, fully nourished communities all over Madison's residents by addressing food insecurities among low-income and undeserved communities. It's a growing organization that has currently managed 7 well-established food redistribution programs, as well as several supporting operations that produce food waste. In 2021 alone, the River assisted an equivalent 90,000 people by providing groceries through the curbside pickup, delivery, and e-pantry program. They also provided nearly 60,000 freshly prepared take-home meals for local households and distributed 33,000 meals, mostly to children in underserved neighborhoods through the mobile meal program. All told, over 11,000 unique Dane County residents accessed the River services more than 182,000 times last year. As Alder of District 18, where the River Food is based, I've heard more and more about the numerous Northside residents about the ways that the River Food has helped them stay afloat in many times of tough needs. While volunteering at the River Food Pantry, I have seen firsthand the scale of hunger in the community, as well as deeply empathetic support that the River Food provides people throughout Madison and beyond. Crucially, the River Food is not only a community resource for the North Side, but a resource for the whole city. Whichever district you represent, some families there rely on the River Food. Residency data indicates that most people served by the pantry live in neighborhoods of the city of Madison itself and designated all food access areas, or more simply, food deserts, where residents contend with variety of geography and financial represented, totaling over 56 of pantry's users. Many of these individuals face compound challenges due to factors such as housing insecurities, homelessness, immigration status, and disability. Finally, children comprise of 1/3 of these accessing the River's services, while seniors account for 10%. Many people here tonight have previously spoken about the need to improve services for vulnerable residents and promote more equitable outcomes in our area. This is our chance to do directly that for a tremendous number of people. In addition to those they serve directly, the River Food is a link to wide support networks. For example, the Second Harvest Food Bank, sole authorized distribution partner that serves a food supply hub for 18 neighborhood organizations. Furthermore, they manage an excessive food recovery operation and promote sustainable food systems in Dane County. By partnering with over 50 retailers, the River Food also secured 1.6 pounds of unpurchased food in 2021, equivalent to the weight of 40 Madison fire engines. This is a major win for everyone interested in furthering sustainability in the area. Unfortunately, the River's ability to continue this service is in jeopardy. The current facility severely limits their capacity to increase services to meet growing community needs. Moreover, to safeguard the continuance of current services, the River must relocate to a new facility because their current lease expires in 2024, which means they need our support now. In recognition of public benefits stemming from Pantry's operation, Dane County has allocated $1.5 million to purchase the land for the new facility location. Since the majority of Pantry's clients reside within Madison, the River has encouraged to seek similar amount in capital support from the city's budget. Seeing the urgency of this project and the vast impact of this services at risk without our support, Alders Tischer, Alders Curry, Alder Carter, and I have decided to protect these important safety net by sponsoring this amendment. The proposal 1 million allocation will help fund the construction of a new home for the pantry and its many services. I understand some hesitant has been expressed not about the worthiness of the outcome of the ramification of inaction, but for the process used to get there. I would emphasize that this is a one-time investment made by a key juncture to ensure thousands of Madison residents struggling to fulfill basic needs will be assisting in getting back on their feet in many years to come. Moreover, the amendment process is only a way to ensure that the project receives the support it requires. Finally, in establishing public support for the project now, we will provide the river with the means to maximize capital support from private sectors. Both I and the amendment's co-sponsors believe that this funds will provide a long-term benefits throughout the greater Madison area, especially among members of underserved and historical marginalized communities. Now, no one can live without food. And sadly, food insecurities is not going to disappear in any time soon. It is a widespread, enduring peril, but one that can effectively alleviate by organizations with proper experience, dedication, and resource. For Madison, this is a River Food Pantry. I hope you will stand with us in ensuring that thousands of households in our community confronted with food insecurities will continue to find support they need only to thrive and survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. Oh, Alder Fair.
Thank you. So it's never really great to oppose something to an organization that does so much good in the community, which we all know River Food Pantry does, and does, obviously a very important service. But we could say that about, as we all know, about many, many different organizations who I think we could safely assume need help because we know that, as we just heard from the judge, there are a lot of unmet needs out there. So that means there are a lot of nonprofit organizations who need funding for something very important to help our community. And so we have a community development division that is set up to do the best that we can with the somewhat limited resources we have through competitive processes, right? And so I think that, and you heard Director O'Keefe talk about, we really don't do this. There was that exception. That was kind of a convoluted one at that. Doing this would set a really, really difficult precedent for us as a body. It would basically open the doors to people thinking, and for no fault of their own, and not because their organizations are better or worse, just because they would feel like, well, we have a need, and so I'm going to talk to my alder and to staff and see what we can do, and hopefully we can get an amendment into the next budget. And that is really a slippery slope to go down as policymakers, because it doesn't take long until we are looking like we're playing favorites and politics are involved. Not that politics aren't involved in a competitive process sometimes, or that there isn't some drama that happens within communities. We know that happens too, but we are trying to do our best through competitive processes to make it as fair as possible. So I just really hope that as inspiring and difficult that it was to hear people talk about the need, I really think this would be and for someone who's sat on the Community Development Block Grant Committee for a long time, this just would really go against kind of all of how we do business at that community and how the community development does business. Not to mention the fact that they weren't, it sounds like anyway, they want a grant and weren't interested in a long-term deferred loan, which is how we do this and how the community development can then take money back essentially and put it back into the community if that's what happens, if they were to ever sell or go out of business or change the use of that location. So that's a bad precedent. And then of course the other one that you heard is that they really have a huge gap, really haven't started fundraising yet. So that would be something that would be breaking precedent. So again, it's nothing against the River Food Pantry, but this is just, I think, would set us up to really create an ugly process and something I don't think we want to go down as a body. So I would hope that we would oppose this, as hard as that might be to hear or to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster?
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate comments by Alder Fair. I basically support what he was saying very much. I also cannot support this amendment, and I really want to emphasize sort of the precedents that it potentially sets. And I think in my district, I've got Goodman Community Center, I've got Operation Fresh Start, I've got the Y, honestly, just be prepared. Then, every one of us, next year brings forward our even if we whittle it down to one project of a really, needy, worthy organization, they, connect to all their networks, and we get, 30 people coming to speak in support of each one of those. And all of a sudden, we're not using, our committees, we're not using our staff, and we're not, I think we're probably not going to be making good decisions. So I really hope we don't go down this path. But I think there's a lot of support in the community, and I assume on a future council and with staff, to make sure that a great organization is able to continue serving the community. So I won't be supporting this, and I ask others to consider not supporting it as well.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver?
Just point of clarification, when is the appropriate time to offer a substitute?
At any point.
Okay, I'd like to offer a substitute amendment to this amendment, which is to strike all existing text in the amendment and replace with appropriate $0.5 million in additional GO borrowing to expand the CFL program for 2023. Staff are instructed to allow expansion of the current $400,000 financing limit in order to facilitate large, deserving capital projects while maintaining the requirement that no more than 20% of project costs be expended by the CFL program. And I can email that.
All right. So is there a second?
Looks like Brian.
Is there? Yes. Alder Benford will second. Thank you for pointing him out to me. So just again, we have that correctly, and Alder Vitiver will email that. The substitute would strike the text, add $500K to the Community Facilities Loan Program,
So,
and expand the $400K limit while keeping the 20%. All right. So just because that takes us into territory that we haven't, well, first, Alder Vitiver, would you like to speak to your amendment?
sure. So the goal is to get money for the river. And I think we all agree they're deserving and worthy entity to get money to do what they need to do. And I know I can only speak for myself, but Alder Fair and Alder Foster have already spoken to the extreme discomfort with an earmark for a direct grant. So this would be an opportunity to increase the opportunity for the program to meet the needs of the river as well as other entities that could all apply for this money on a first come, first served basis. And they would still, if they could get the $1 million, and it might not, again, they could also apply for some HRAP financing, so they could split it between the two funds. As long as they were under that 20% cap, they would still potentially be able to make themselves whole with the request that has come in. I don't know if that was very clear.
Thank you, Alder. So I just, because this takes us into a little bit of territory that we haven't tread before with the program, I would like to offer Director O'Keefe a chance to just make sure we all understand the program and are on the same page, or offer a reaction to the amendment. We haven't talked about the caps or the limits or the.
So Mayor, as I understand this amendment, it would increase funding for this program from where we currently are, which is $1.5 million, $1 million of funding from general obligation borrowing and $500,000 from CDBG funds. That's where we are today. This would increase that program to $2 million, $1.5 million from GO borrowing and $500,000 from CDBG funds. it presumably then would open the door for the River Food Pantry to submit a funding request under this program. And that request would be limited to, the funding available currently would be limited to 20% of project cost, but not to exceed $400,000. And I understand that it's the intent of the author to waive that cap at some point, presumably at the discretion of CDD staff in consultation with our Community Development Block Grant Committee and this council, which is the approval process that an award would follow.
You're getting nods from the sponsor, so I think that's right. Let's just pause and see. I have a number of alders in the queue. Are any of these for questions? Figueroa Cole, questions? Sure. Hold on. There you go.
Oh, thank you. So are we eliminating the cap for just this or for the program?
As Jim said, that it would be, staff would go through the consultation process with the board and bringing it to the council. So it would not be just for this project, it would be for the program. So we're not doing anything for this project, we're just creating a path for this project to go, but that would be equitable for other projects to go on this path as well.
Can I ask another question? Okay, so are we then saying that we're passing to the CDBG committee a decision-making point of who they will choose to waive the money versus waive the minimum versus not waiving the minimum? We're just going to give them, put that on them to decide?
Alder, initially it would be a staff recommendation, so we would have to make that determination based on any number of different factors. And then that recommendation would go through the Community Development Block Grant Committee and to the council. So we would need to, should we choose to waive that cap, I think we would be obligated to provide justification or rationale for that.
One more question. So is that something that we do today for this line of funding? I mean, I'm thinking of other committees where we have a lot of conflict. There's all these decision makings and disagreements that happen, and it just becomes extremely painful. So adding that flexibility to this committee, is that something that we don't with other funds?
Alder, very few of our programs are formulaic. So one of the constants is that we tend to be oversubscribed. There are more requests for funding than there is funding available. And so we'd evaluate the strength of the proposal and the existing of other funding brought to bear. We'd take into account any number of different factors, and we would make a determination and a recommendation reviewable by the CDBG committee and ultimately by the council.
Okay, I like one more question, promise. So I know that this new funding lane just opened a few weeks ago. Do you have enough applicants already to go over your limits?
We have been contacted by 3 or 4 organizations seeking funding. Our experience is that oftentimes proposals that are brought to us initially for discussion don't play out, don't proceed for one reason or another. So it's really too early to know, but there certainly has been a good deal of interest in this resource expressed already by organizations throughout the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson, you're next.
I don't have questions if you're still letting folks go through questions, but I have discussion on this.
So, yes, thank you, Alder. Miaza, you have questions? Yes, no, maybe?
No.
No questions. Okay, sorry, ring back in again if you would. Fair questions?
Thank you. So currently, am I correct that we don't have an RFP process on this, right? Like there's no RFP set up. This is just an application process, correct?
That's correct, Alder.
And you said you've been taught, you've heard from organizations, so we know that there's other need out there. Could theoretically, like, because if I'm doing the math right, 20% of 6.7 is like $1.2 million. So that could be the ask from River Food Pantry. I answered my question. That's yes. So like, I guess like, couldn't this just be done, this program be taken care of in like 2 big chunks and that would be it? Isn't that feasible now?
Well, it could be, and it's, I mean, that thinking, Alder Fair, is a big part of the reason that we chose to impose these different caps, so that there wouldn't be a single project or 2 that would consume that entire resource.
Okay, I think I'll say the rest of your comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, did you have questions?
Jim just answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Oh boy, I got Alders all over the place. Alder, let's see. Alder Heck, is it questions? Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for Jim. Jim, you had mentioned that the feasibility of the success of all the financing influences your decision to recommend a project. If this proposed change were to go through and maybe there was $1.2 million available for River in addition to the county funding, would there still be a hurdle because of the fact they haven't started their other fundraising? And you might not award the $1.2 million to them because of that overall situation with their financing.
It would certainly, Alder, it would certainly be a part of this request that we would be interested in discussing further. I heard officials from the River Food Pantry today suggest that there may be donors that are poised to make commitments. I said earlier, we would not expect that full $4.2 million to be raised or commitments made to it. But we would, I think, like to see some progress toward it. Again, not formulaic, but there's a lot of room between no hard commitments and $4.2 million of commitments, and we'd be more comfortable the closer they were able to demonstrate that they had commitments that, nearing that funding gap.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry, is it questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is for Director, and I always mess up your name, Mikolajewski.
Oh, he just stepped out of the room, Alder.
Okay.
You want to just hold on, and I'll put you back in the queue?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole, you came back. Another question?
Thank you. You also said, Jim, that there's no NRFP for this because you want to give the money to people that are ready to start the project. How long will you be holding on to this money for a due date? Like, will be months, 3 months, 6 months, a year? What does it mean they're ready to start building or to start working on it? What does that look like?
So it depends, Alder. It depends on the nature of the project. So for example, we've had some contact from an organization that is interested in these funds for a project that would require a rezoning of the property. So different projects will have different features to them. Some of them will require different types of approvals. Some of them will require significant supplementary financing. It really really is very different, one from another.
And these capital funds, can we move them into the following year and hold them, or, does the pot keep on growing, or how does that work?
So just a real brief history, this program used to, we called it something different, but it used to be funded solely through the Community Development Block Grant Fund, and primarily through program income, through repayments of previous loans. But that was, because those repayments are unpredictable, that was a resource that was often not very useful. Agencies would come to us with funding requests at a time that we didn't have money available to them. That's what prompted, a year ago, that's what prompted us to request supplemental funding, city funding, to go along with that. Makes the program much more stable and predictable. So our capital dollars, if they aren't used in 2022, would be allowed to be carried forward to 2023. We made a pretty modest request last year of $1 million, and I think, I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I think part of her decision was to provide that request and then take the time to see what kind of demand for those funds there is. We've only had the funding available for less than a month, a few weeks. But we have gotten considerable initial interest from organizations. Again, not all of these projects may proceed, but there does seem to be some interest and some demand for them.
Thank you.
But Alder, to answer your question more directly, yes, obligated capital dollars can be carried over from one capital budget to the next, and then of course there's always next year's capital budget as well.
Thank you.
Alder Foster, is it questions?
It is, Mayor, for Director O'Keefe.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Jim, I think the additional funding part, I can wrap my head around pretty easily. The sort of ability to waive the maximum, I think in practice sounds to me like basically not having a limit. I mean, essentially maybe there is, but then staff can recommend waiving it. It can be waived. So I'm feeling uneasy about that. So, I mean, sort of two questions. One, what's your sort of gut reaction to that proposal to the program, change to the program? And two, I think I would be interested in, I guess, giving you and other staff some more time to think on that question and come back with thoughts. And also, I'd be interested in what CDBG recommendation on this would be. So, one, what is your initial reaction to that? And two, how long would it take for staff to sort of contemplate this question, bring it to CDBG and get a kind of a recommendation around whether that is a good program change, or maybe there's a different one. It's raising the limit, but not getting rid of it, or et cetera.
Alder Foster, you ask a very good question, and to some degree, first of all, this $400,000 cap is a self-imposed one. We instituted it and other caps within that program to, as I mentioned earlier, to try to manage this fund in a way that would make it available to multiple projects and not be consumed by a single large project or two. And fundamentally, that's the issue here, that we do not have currently, we do not have the capacity to make large-scale financial awards to large capital projects like the one we're talking about today. We've got a small resource. We've managed it in a way to make it as accessible and as usable and to go as far as we can make it go. So this presents a different kind of project. $1 million project is more than more than twice the size of, if you go over the last 4 or 5 or 6 years, but for that large kind of anomaly, the commitment made to the Bridge Lake Point Neighborhood Center, we have made awards of $300,000, $400,000, $300,000, $300,000, $125,000. So they tend to be smaller scale awards. That's what we're set up to do. So in some ways, removing or providing the opportunity to waive a cap is not having a cap at all. So I understand and I share your concerns about that. I think at the end of the day, we need to make a decision as a city and you as policymakers about the scale of the financial support you are interested in or you think we are able to offer to these kinds of projects. We've seen the county make substantial commitments to projects. That's not been how we've conducted ourselves. But I think that's really the fundamental question that you need to try to come to terms with.
Thank you. I think that really puts things into perspective for me. Do you, so assuming there was a policy desire to sort of make these larger commitments, which I honestly don't feel comfortable making that kind of a decision right here and right now. Would really love to kind of get more data and information to help guide that kind of a decision. But do you if we were to say that, does it even make sense that this program that we're talking about right now would be used to meet those needs? Or, I mean, it almost feels like this is designed for something else. And if we just sort of take the limit off, then maybe it's actually a different program, or maybe there's 2 different programs, one for larger stuff, one for smaller. Again, I'm putting you on the spot, but I guess we're all kind of on the spot right now. So whatever you can share.
Well, so I'm not advocating for, for additional funding, but I think if we're going to have $1 million or $1.5 million program, then I think the support that we can offer from it will be smaller in scale. If we want to, if we want to make larger commitments to larger scale projects, then I think the resource itself is going to have to grow to be able to accommodate those. And I think that's part of the policy decision that you need to make. It doesn't make a lot of sense to open the door to large scale commitments of funding and have a small resource from which to draw. So those 2 things go hand in hand.
Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate your help on this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry, you have questions for Director Mikolajewski?
Yes, thank you. And sorry, Director, for putting you on the spot, because I realized other folks in here may have been able to answer. But I was just wondering about the HRAP opportunity, and it's $250,000 annually. Are you able to tell us if that has been expensed this year, or have you received requests in excess or close to that amount?
Sure, great question. And our colleague, George Reisted, has been emailing me the current status of the program. So right now, because we don't always spend all of the funding every year, so sometimes funding will carry over from one year to another. So we anticipate that at the end of this year, with next year's funding, with the additional $250,000 from next year, that will take us to a balance of available funds of about $515,000. Currently, George is working through applications that total about $140,000. So, roughly speaking, it looks like we will have about $360,000 in change available in 2023 that is not in the pipeline for other potential projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Alder Conklin, is it questions? Okay. Alder Conklin.
Thank you. I was just wondering where we were at. Did we find out if the river was registered as lobbyist or?
Well, we haven't seen any lobbyist report, but I'm not certain that they're required to register either, depending on what their activities are. Merely appearing and speaking at a public hearing is excluded from the definition of lobbying, so I just am not prepared to say whether they're required to register.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, I think we are through questions. So Alder Paulson, you are next.
Sure. So I've got a couple of things. So I'm sort of, I like a lot of this amendment. I want to maybe step back and let's pretend the world didn't exist without this amendment, and this substitute or even this broader amendment, it was simply the river. They were coming to us. They said, we need some money to do some capital improvements. And I looked around, they saw the CFL program, and they said, aha, we will apply to that. We'll get $400,000. It kicks off all the boxes. I don't want to speak for staff, and they have to evaluate this, but I'm going to assume that this would be a slam dunk through that program. This is exactly what it's sort of set up. The only wrinkle here is that it's $400,000, not the $1 million that they're seeking. So one easy way to do this is to simply to waive the limit, and now we have a program that's reasonably set up for probably what they need. I think there's maybe a little bit of question about whether or not what they need for their capital campaign matches exactly how we set this up. But I think the CFL program matches a little bit better with what we want as a city for some assurances. So I kind of like this amendment, the substitute, because I think it gets a lot of what we want to do and still gets us an opportunity to get to the river. The one twiddle I would make with it is rather than adding $500,000, I would add $600,000 because I can go through the math with you, but previously, if they'd gone through and applied and they'd won, they would have gotten $400,000 through the grant. If we're now waiving by adding another $600,000 to let them get to $1 million, if they had won, if they get an award through that grant, it doesn't change anyone else's ability. By only adding $500,000, you don't quite get the same headroom to add a second or third one. So that would be my minor quibble. So if we wanted to move forward with this, I'd be very comfortable moving forward with it, ideally with an extra $100,000 to make everything work, make all the math work out. So if that's where we go, great. I'll step back to some broader policy things. I'm a little less concerned about opening the door to worthy groups. I had a previous amendment that died at finance. That was sort of similar, and I think we will. I'm okay going down this road, and we will, deal with Pandora's box as we go on it. So personally, I'm okay if we move this forward somehow tonight, either through this substitute or through the original amendment. If we did go with the original amendment, I would want to add a little bit more language to make sure that we get another kick at the can, that we add at least a word that says it comes back to the city council before we release the funds, so we can check on some things and just make sure that we're feeling good about it. I think the language as it's written right now is just a little too loosey-goosey, but if we had just maybe as simple as a one more line about final approval from the city council is required before the funds are released. That lets us put in any contingencies we want and work out that way. I would support if we wanted to table this for the night and give staff a chance to kind of fiddle with it a little bit and pick it back up tomorrow night. I'd be perfectly fine with that. I don't know that we need to go all the way out to CDBG. I think we can make a decision tonight or tomorrow night or during this budget process for what do we really want to do. Do we want to go down this road or not? I'm comfortable going down this road, but maybe folks aren't. But I think we can make a decision now without needing to cycle all the way through another couple of weeks. So that's where I'm at, so I'm interested in hearing more what people think, but I think we could get there this way with the substitute, or I think we can get there with a few other tweaks to the original language, and I'm okay with however else we get there.
Thank you, Alder Miadze.
I wanted to see if we could I definitely agree with Paulson. I wanted to see if we can say it not exceed 800, just to meet it halfway.
Alder, that would be a amendment to the substitute?
Yes, if she's okay with it.
I think we're okay to amend a substitute.
All
So
right, call the question.
you can't
Oh.
because you don't have a second.
Oh.
So, but you have to make a proper motion, Alder, sorry. So you are amending Alder Vitever's substitute to change the 500K to 800K?
Yes.
Is there a second? All right. Hold
Call
on.
the question.
No, Alder. All right, so if moved and seconded to make it 800K, is the motion friendly to the body? Is there any objection to that being the new substitute? I'm not seeing any hands on the Zoom, and I'm not seeing any hands in the room. Oh, there, Alder Harrington McKinney, you object?
The term friendly amendment to the room.
So, Alder, there's no such thing
explain
as
to
a
that?
friendly amendment.
That's what I heard.
So if the amendment, if the body has no objection,
Okay, thank you.
we can take that as being the substitute. So I'm not seeing any objection. All right, so the substitute is to increase by 800K, and then with the rest, the substitute will be to increase by 800K with the, because you wanted 5 and he wants to take it to 8. Yeah. Miadze, would you please, Alder Miadze, would you please clarify your intention?
I guess it was said 500, so I wanted to increase it to 800. For the amount that I guess the program can, either way to.
So there's one amount
to exceed.
which we are adding in how much funding we're adding, and then there's the not to exceed limit.
Yes, so not to exceed 800.
I'm sorry, then that's my misunderstanding. So the proposed substitute is to increase by 500K to expand the 400K limit to 800K, but still keep the 20% of total project cost. And I'm just,
Yes, I'm cool with that amendment.
thank you for your confirmation, Alder. Is there any objection to that being the substitute before us? Alder Carter, is your hand raised for an objection?
No.
Okay. All right, so. Yep. So let me do the process first and then I'll do the content, right? So people often think you can make a friendly amendment. If the person who moved it is in agreement with it, you can just change it. You can't do that. The whole body has to agree. Okay, so that's the process. The content, which I will still allow folks to object to if they want, is a substitute amendment that would add an additional 500,000 to the CFL, would change the limit, the per project limit, from 400 to 800K, and would keep the 20% of total project cost limit. I'm seeing nods. Everybody good? Okay. So Alder Curry, question.
Thank you, Alder Vidiver, for resending. Or doesn't look like there's change. I think the 500 is throwing me off because I thought that the amendment was to appropriate 0.5 in additional.
0.5 million, which is 500K.
Oh, okay. That's why. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we all know what we're talking about? Okay, let's keep talking about it then. Alder Curry, you in fact are next in the queue. Did you want to discuss?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it.
You can pass, Alder.
I'm thoroughly confused. But as one of the sponsoring alders, I did want to comment just about the testimony. I think all got to us. It was very personal, vulnerable, and I thank those that came before us to share the story. I think the values of the river really, truly reflect values that the city would like to replicate in other general services, public services. And it's clear that the need is higher than what our processes currently allow for. So it's tough because I'm sitting on the fence. I'm not as confident as Alder Paulson is about process as someone who works for a nonprofit and could open the door. And there is talks about this funding. It's been eagerly awaited on. But also process-wise, without having a solution that offers a solution to what the river needs, opening Pandora's box to all the needs that we have in terms of basic human needs, and food being one of those. I applaud Alder Vidiver for providing a solution that does open or provide more funding, because that to me is the precipice and the clear issue here. So I really just wanted to provide kind of some context into supporting the amendments, but do find myself conflicted with process and precedent and the message setting behind voting in favor for this. So I thank Alder Fair. I can't talk as eloquently as you at this time of the night, but I think vote against does not necessarily mean not being in support of the river, but honestly looking towards providing some solutions where we don't create tipping the scales where there are large projects that go to those who are well established or known, or tend to have public testimony that is tear-jerking and high in volume. So it is tough, and I just wanted to share that from my perspective, being a sponsoring alder. And yeah, this is hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. A couple of things. First, if I can ask our tech staff, Alder Wahilahi says she was kicked out of the meeting. If we could try and get her back, if she desires to come back, that'd be great. We'll deal with the procedural bit when we get to it. So next, I believe, is Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Vice President Curry, for laying out some of the late night considerations about this. And by the way, you are very eloquent, even at this late hour. I won't be supporting this amendment, and I would not be supporting or the substitute or the previous amendment. And it's not because I don't care about the river. 20 years ago, when the river was a much smaller operation, I regularly volunteered there. And I appreciate that the river serves our community, folks from all over the city. And there was testimony from residents at the Triangle in District 13. But process is not a dirty word. And to move forward with this and an emotional response to this great need would be violating important processes. And one, I think, guidance I would suggest to my colleagues, something that Alder Fair a couple months ago said late at night, that we should not be making policy on the fly late at night in particular. And this is going to be a long budget session if every if every time we get to a crucial decision, we're trying to change city policy, because that's what we're voting on right now. We would be voting to change standard operating procedure in order to accomplish a certain goal, and do potentially ill-advisedly without having sufficient time to discuss it. So at best, this should be referred to CBDG. I get my acronyms, Community Development Block Grant, you know what I mean, for further discussion. And it can wait, but we should not try to resolve this tonight. So I won't be voting for this amendment or the substitute either. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Fair?
Thank you. So a few things. So we could, if you think about it, we could raise the cap to anything because staff has the ability to change the cap at any time and bring it forward as a recommendation to the committee, and then we could forward that to the council. So I don't even know if that really necessarily matters. And I would also just offer again, sort of to reiterate, that we wouldn't even be discussing this as an amendment to the amendment, but for what I think was sort of a flawed way of this coming about. Like, this really shouldn't, in my opinion, be before us, council budget deliberation, because we're talking about a direct capital appropriation to a private organization, which is something that we do not do, or we try not to do. Okay, but the way if this amendment passes, this is what I foresee happening. And I know it's gonna be a little cynical, but bear with me. We'll have, $2 million in this fund. There's 4 or 5, 6 organizations out there who are ready to go probably that will get this, these $400,000, $500,000 loans. River Food Pantry won't be ready because they don't have any capital yet. And so staff will have to analyze that and work with them and say, we'll get to you. And by the time that, that money will be gone for the year. And then what'll happen, because it's probably seeming like we're doing this all for River Food Pantry, they'll feel like that they were sort of, if not promised, basically recommended that they're going to get this money, and then there'll be some hard feelings. And there'll be drama within nonprofit organizations, which I don't know about you all, but drives me crazy, not because I blame, because I feel it's just a very, very hard emotional thing to see in our city, nonprofits going at each other. And that's what we're kind of setting up right now. Like, if I had a crystal ball, that's what I think is going to happen. So we're creating a problem, actually. We're not creating a solution. Sorry to be direct, but that's what I think is going to happen. So I think we should turn this down, and I know we're not talking about the other amendment, but we should turn that one down too. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll just repeat what I've heard tonight, but more importantly, I just want to say that the River Food Pantry participants, clients, staff came here to testify for $1 million amendment, which Alder Miatze has submitted. What we're doing now is a pathway. I just want to make it clear to them, a pathway to apply for funding, and not addressing the First Amendment, which is now a substitute of the substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, I believe you were next.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment, because I'm sorry if that's possible. I would like to just I like the idea of increasing the funds and maintaining the limit, but remove the river altogether from the amendment. So it's not meant.
Alder Vitiver's substitute struck all of the existing text of the amendment.
So no, the river is not mentioned, it's not for the river?
No.
Okay, good. I wasn't clear about that. So then I agree. So if we are changing, I kind of agree with Matt too, but if we are changing, in my view, this amendment is to change the program, not the funding. Okay, good. Wasn't clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
I'm just going to be short and sweet and save my voice for other things. But Alder Curry's words really resonated with me. And it's the idea of how our debate right now is about determining whether we support process and precedent over people. And personally, I find it hard to understand how a precedent of supporting the community is entirely negative. Because I don't think that setting a precedent of supporting a community in need is entirely negative, especially knowing how nonprofits, and not just nonprofits, but community organizations such as the River may struggle to go through these hoops and jumps that we create in our city processes. So I just wanted to call, I really wanted what Alder Curry's words really resonated with me. And I think that we should reflect on how this debate is really placing process and precedent over people.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So in most of my time in serving in whatever capacity I've served in for the city, I've always gone back to like the city's values. And so one thing in the city values, it talks about shared prosperity. And it says we're dedicated to creating a community where we are all able to achieve economic success and social mobility. And so I know folks are having some hard feelings and it's a bit emotional, but I think that you should focus on the values that Mayor, we should focus on the values that the city has sort of already come up with. And I think that we actually would be doing a disservice to sort of like change it all. For example, that very first amendment to grant the $1 million without any contingencies. I do agree that there should be more money available in the pot, period, for future projects, but that's also going to put us in a situation where if the River Food Pantry is not ready and they don't meet those requirements, there will be some drama, of course. But I also say that you don't make the decision, I won't make the decision based on future drama. I'm going to make the decision where are we putting, am I considering what gets us to this sort of shared prosperity? And we have to think about that I think Dane County has like one of the highest number of nonprofits. So are we putting other nonprofits in a situation to even create the drama? Like, are we creating drama by creating a process that appears to be created for one nonprofit, if that makes sense? Hopefully that making sense. I very much support the River Food Pantry. I have mad respect for the work that they're doing. I've used food pantries in my lifetime, so I appreciate them. So this is nothing really about the work that they're doing and the people that they're serving. I just think that we have to be conscious about how prepared are folks to take part in a process. And I believe that the River Food Pantry, they're not quite there yet. And whatever happens, whatever ends up tonight, I just want us to think about when we're making decisions, are we making decisions thinking about this shared prosperity and not getting so attached to, oh my God, it's just going to be so much drama connected to the outcome. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't say it better than several other people have said it. I'm not going to support this, and I wouldn't support the original either, but I don't think it's wrong to focus on the process. We can't just willy-nilly do whatever we want without thinking about the process, and it's not putting process over people. It's trying to design a system that does allow shared prosperity, as Alder Madison said, and I don't think this is doing that. But my biggest concern right now is that it's 10 till 11 and we're on our First Amendment. And I'll be frank, I kind of resent being put in this position to try to make policy on the floor. And I think we should dispatch with this and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The points that I'm going to make is that I've sat in this chair and I have seen more than once where process was used, and process over people or people over process, and I've seen it. And so I'm very clear that I've seen processes used in different manners. The thing that I'm stuck at is that I absolutely, as Alder Madison has, and others have said, seen the value of the river pantry. And so I want to separate that. I say that, and that might be hard, but I really do need to say that I support it. But what my challenge is that the city should not set itself up to where nonprofits are competing. They're already competing. And so for this to pass now seems to put nonprofits in that position of competing for dollars. And this is done on the floor. And one of the alders, and not Alder Fair, would say is that we cannot begin to make sausage on the floor. And that is exactly what we are doing. There needs to be that's what city government is. That's what our job is. And so we fall back on what is the process. And if we are consistent, at least we have a lane that we're following. Because if we don't have a lane to follow, we will always find ourselves in the position that we find ourselves in tonight. Processes are important. Without a process, you don't have a direction. And so I am saying is that we are not clear on what that process is. We need to be sure. When things come up for the risk manager, it is the process that they are denied, because if you consistently start approving something, you set yourself up for what we are facing now. We are absolutely not ready, and it needs to, and I don't know, and you'll help me to how to send this back for consideration where it is with Jim O'Keefe and his staff, and also with the committee that processes these things, looks at these things, and brings it back to this body where there is clear understanding what we're talking about. I'm not even sure where we are and what we're talking about. We cannot move forward when there is this much unclarity about how we move forward, because I guarantee you that if we're not clear, it is going to come back to bite us where we sit. So I'm just asking for direction, Madam Mayor, on, I don't know what that motion needs to be. I'm not clear on it, but I don't want us to come back and have to be where this is taking us down the road.
Thank you, Alder. I think I'm not sure that a motion is necessary. I think if you want staff to revisit the question of the program design, then I would advise a no vote tonight. And staff, I think, have heard the debate and, could bring that question to the CDBG committee. And we could consider whether any of these proposed changes would be advised by staff and that committee, or perhaps others, but they could have the full, robust conversation and then bring something forward separately to this body for consideration. Alder Paulson, for the second time?
I have two questions for you that are related to this. And you may not know the answer, especially this first one. Do we know what contingencies were put into the county budget on this? Was there 1.5 contingent on us contributing? And also, I don't think the executive has signed the budget yet, so technically, I don't think they've adopted the full thing yet, but maybe the executive did.
I don't know if the executive signed the budget, and I don't know that any of us know if there were any contingencies, but there weren't any advertised, so we believe not.
And then my second question, and I don't think we have anyone from the river left here anywhere, but was just understanding if they have any constraints in their timeline How long do we have to sort of think about this before they get into trouble on their capital budget? I know they've got a lease coming up in '24, and kind of where are they working back from, and where. And I don't know if we know that either tonight. So
I'll see if the community development director has any more information, but I don't think we do. But let me check on the county budget. The finance director wanted to add something.
Well, just on the county budget, this was in the county executive's original budget.
Okay.
So I would not expect the county executive to remove it. I don't think there were any contingencies associated with that funding.
Other than their normal,
Other than their normal grant.
the way that the county tends to work is that they actually require a long-term lease or an ownership stake in the building or the land. It's very different from the way we do things, but they have a set of requirements.
right, but they didn't specifically.
But they did not no, their funding was not contingent on the city doing anything.
Okay.
And then Director O'Keefe?
Alder, the project timeline that was provided by the River Food Pantry in a submission to us on October 31st describes the intent to submit a bid for the purchase of the land in question by the end of this year, to begin construction by the summer of 2023 and complete it by the summer or fall of 2024, at which time their lease would expire.
Was the county's funding sufficient for the land purchase? I apologize for asking really detailed questions.
The budget that was submitted to us identifies a $1.25 million land acquisition cost. So yes,
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Benford?
Thank you, Mayor. This has been really interesting, and I suspect this is going to be the theme of the night, that whether it's about process or what. And Mayor, I wonder if I have to ethically disclose that since the inception of River, I've referred hundreds of clients over my years as a social worker. But I say that, and I understand the reluctance. And I guess what I want to say is that I think that I hope we all consider that with the county's interest in supporting the river, and they're going to be looking for private donors, it feels somewhat uncomfortable. While I understand the hesitation, it does feel really uncomfortable that us as the city of Madison, and I think other people have said it, recognizing that food is just a basic right that we should all have. And I understand that we would want contingencies. And as I said, will this be the theme of the night as we work with limited resources? And I'm sitting here recognizing this would be my last budget go around as an alder. So forgive me if I'm grinning. And I don't want to belabor the point. I know some of you think it's late, but as an old man, it's not that late, folks. I just want to say that I would support this. Normally, I would support this just as it was brought to us, the amendment, because every now and then there's going to be something exceptional. And when we had Second Harvest come in, and I know a lot of us felt emotional hearing the testimony and people's vulnerabilities and folks that came and talked in support of the river. I see that play out every day in the other hat that I wear. So every now and then, I think we do have to take these courageous steps. And I sure would hate that delaying this, but if we do need more time to process it, and I would feel more comfortable being on CDD commission to have a chance committee with other folks to talk about this more. And believe me, as someone who's worked in nonprofits for over 3 decades, I understand the notion that this opens a Pandora's box, but I would counter and say that if projects come to us that show this type of impact, that show this type of numbers, and I think of the Badger Food Network, that new building out there, and these new models of providing food for those that are historically marginalized. I think, throw process to the wind at times, but I'm hearing clearly from my colleagues that they're a little unsure about this, where maybe I'm a little bit hopeful about this. But with that said, I would recommend that we move this down the road and take a look at it, and hope that we can come back and strongly support this in whatever way that we can. So it would set them up as they went to private donors during the capital campaign to be successful. And once again, not able to escape my biases, I know the great work that they do. And I'm sorry tonight that we can't say, yeah, we'll give you $1 million, because I know that would set the wheels in motion. But I have to have respect for community development staff in this process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Is there any objection to me giving a small amount of context from the chair? Seeing no objection, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. And one is that over the course of not even the last year, I have been approached either publicly or privately by at least 10 different projects, including other projects in the food security system, that have asked for anywhere from $1 million up to $7 million for a line item capital contribution to their particular project. And they've all made incredibly compelling cases for why we should fund them. You don't see any of those before you in my budget. And the reason that you don't is the second piece of context that I want to provide, which is that when we get a request like that, I turn to staff and say, how can we make this work? What can we do for these people? How can we support them? How can we help them? What pots of money can they apply for? And staff, not 100% of the time, but the vast majority of the time, spend hours with these projects, helping to guide them, helping them to find not just city sources of funding, but other sources of funding as well. And many prominent projects that are underway are doing capital campaigns at this very moment are projects that staff have actively worked on to help and to find the ways in which city funding can be a catalyst. So I offer that context because I just think it's important for you to understand that this is not the final word on this project, right? If the river is willing, they can continue to be in dialogue with our fantastic city staff about the resources that we make available and about other resources that are available in our community. And I'm confident that our staff will do the best they possibly can to bring this project to fruition. And they are, in my experience, enormously creative. Thank you. Alder Miadze?
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for staying up till midnight to hear all this. I know this is a very convoluted issue, and I really appreciate everybody's comments. I appreciate city staff. But as an alder of the district that is underserved, I have to take a stand in order to speak up for a community that is left behind so many times in this city. I have to speak up. That's the reason why I like to take a step back and say, that's the reason why I reached out to alders and asked you to visit the River Food Pantry. The reason why I had you guys want to visit the River Food Pantry for the simple fact that how bad the building is. Birds flying in the building because there's so many holes, the potholes in the building. Same owner that owns Paisans leases that building. They have to send only 2 cars up at a time because the owner doesn't want them to have a line full of people in their parking lot. Their lease is up in 2 years, in 2024. They need to get out of that building now. When I reached out to Dane County Supervisor Michelle Ritt and told her to go over a couple months ago to take off the building, she gathered with, and also Dane County Supervisor Radcliffe looked at the building. And I also talked to Dane County Executive Joe Parisi. He put $1.5 million in his budget right away because he saw the importance of this. I understand that there's process that we go through the city, but we have done this before. They were talking about food access to people in our community. That doesn't just serve the north side. So while we're focusing on the north side being underserved, we need to think about a river food pantry that serves the whole Dane County. We've heard when we talk about committees, we talk about hearing from the people, the voices of our community. How long did it's now midnight. We heard from 2 hours of public comment. We have discussed this over 2 hours. We are community leaders to make decisions that are convoluted like this, that say to give something to people that actually outreach our community through the work that they've done. And it's a shameful thing. Once again, the north side, I understand that you guys are saying go through the process, but I think we can make decisions like this. We should be able to. Dane County did. We should be able to. Not because it's on the north side, but because they serve the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Bennett.
I just want to request, can you summarize the votes that we're taking? Because I'm still kind of thoroughly confused.
Yes, Alder, when we vote, I will clarify what we're voting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So I actually agree with Charles on this particular topic, but from my perspective, I do have projects in my district that are going through the process right now. So how do I justify to them that I didn't bring an amendment on their behalf, which are also very in great need of services, and not and then supported this particular amendment? I've been on the River plenty. My job is on the side of town. We do food drives every quarter. We collect donations for them. So it is kind of my place of work, it is the organization that they work with. So I've been at the River plenty. So I absolutely support their work. I think they're amazing. But I also agree with Alder McKinney. We should just move on and have staff go over the proposal that they already sent to us and we already approved. Go over it again, check it out, and bring us something new with perhaps more funding or whatever that may need to be. So I understand what you're saying, but that again applies to every other project that we have been working. I have been working on my projects for months. So how do I justify not coming here and present an amendment to you guys for those projects? I can't. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin.
Call to order, please. Or call to question, I mean.
You are the last person in the queue, Alder, so we're going right there. All right, so let me clarify the vote before you. We're voting on the Vitiver substitute, which would strike all of the language in Amendment 1 and replace it with an increase to the Community Facilities Loan Fund of $500,000, expand the cap, the per project cap for that loan fund to $800K while maintaining the 20% limit. That is, a project could not get more than 20% of its total costs. That makes sense? All right, so all those in favor of the substitute, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Heck? No. Madison? No. No. Miadze? Yes. Aye. Paulson?
Yes.
Aye. Fair? No. No. Tischler?
Yes.
Aye. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Vitiver? Aye. Aye. Wahelia?
Not sure if we ever got her back.
Abbas?
He's recused.
That's right, sorry. Benford?
No.
No. Bennett?
Aye.
Can you repeat that?
Aye.
Aye. Carter?
Come back to me.
Conklin? Carter was a no. Conklin?
No.
No. Curry? No. Evers?
No.
No. Figueroa Cole? No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman? No. Harrington McKinney? No.
Sorry.
6 ayes, 12 noes.
With 12 noes, the motion fails. I'm glad
I'm
some
here,
people-
Madam Mayor.
You're here, Alder Wahilehe. Thank you. We're so glad you're here.
So what's the vote?
Well, the vote failed, Alder, and I'm afraid your vote wouldn't make a difference.
Okay.
So I propose that we move on. In order to then dispense with this, we're back to the main amendment, which is as written. Can we please just go directly to it? Alder Figueroa Cole, really?
Question, I was going to say whatever it.
Yeah, we're just going to go right to it. All right, so just to remind us all, the main amendment is $1 million to the River Food Pantry, $1 million grant to the River Food Pantry funded through GEO borrowing. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Heck? No. Madison? No. Miadze? Aye. Paulson? No. Fair? No. Tischler? Aye. Verveer? No. Vitiver? No. Wahelia?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas is recused. Benford?
No.
No. Bennett?
Aye.
Aye. Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Conklin? No. No. Curry? Aye. Aye. Evers?
No.
No. Figueroa Cole? No. No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman? No. No. Harrington McKinney? No. 6 ayes and 13 noes.
13 noes, that amendment fails. President Furman?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table this agenda item and take up agenda item number 4, which deals with our locations through February 28th, 2023.
Is there a second? Is there any objection to placing the capital budget on the table? Seeing no objection, the capital budget is on the table, and we will move to item number 4, which is Legistar 74422, confirming the Common Council formats through February. President Furman?
Move approval.
Moved and seconded to approve. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4. It's a little bit after 11. Is there a desire to take the capital budget back off the table? President Furman?
I don't
Move
know.
to take the capital budget off the table.
Move to take the capital budget off the table.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we're back to the capital budget, and we're on to Amendment 2, which is in the Economic Development Division regarding land banking. Alder Wahilahe, did you wish to make the motion?
Moved for adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Wahilahe, did you want to speak briefly to it?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The Associate in Commercial Real Estate ACRE program is an industry-supported initiative that recruits and retain people of color for careers in commercial real estate. ACRE is a 24 weeks program that runs from September through May. The goal of the ACRE program is to expand diversity inclusion in the commercial real estate industry, including the fields of development, property management, and constructions. The course entails hands-on approach to develop experience, which culminate in a team of presentation of proposed development projects to a panel of industry professionals. This ACRE program was initially started from Marquette University in 2005, and now is administered through LISC Milwaukee in partnership with Marquette University, the Milwaukee School of Engineering, and the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. This proposed amendment will utilize $300,000 of the $1 million included in Economic Development Land Banking Capital Program in 2023 to support the programs of the ACRE program. This support will be used by ACRE graduates to fund pre-development costs. Economic Development and Department of Civil Rights will work in 2023 establish guidelines to award these funds. So this is very important program, and one of our own, Seren Ock is one of the graduate. And at this point, I would like to provide the economic development team and the civil rights team to speak to more about this program, and I hope you'll support it.
Thank you, Alder. We'll move to questions next. Did you have particular questions for either the Civil Rights Director or the Economic Development Director?
Yes. If Norm Davis is here or Sran.
Norm is here.
Yeah. If they can talk about more about the program, its success, and how it has really been challenging to bring this program to Madison, because we recruit the students from Madison and they go to Milwaukee, but then when they come back, it's very hard to continue the success. So if they can talk about the program, that will be great.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Alder Wahilahe. So the ACRE program, the Associates in Commercial Real Estate program, is basically a new partnership with LISC Milwaukee and the City of Madison. This body has authorized our department to enter into contract with LISC for a span of 3 years to ensure that individuals from Madison can participate in the program and effectively begin to cultivate developers of color within the Madison market. This program has been run by LISC Milwaukee, I believe, since 2015. They have turned out hundreds of graduates. Not every graduate becomes a real estate developer. Sometimes graduates go into the real estate field. Sometimes they purchase a duplex or get into flipping properties. But there is a significant economic benefit from the course that individuals that go through the program can then leverage for their own contribution to to generational wealth and also to the community. And so this $300,000 in funding represents some of the more rare funding that developers that are starting out can actually access. It's difficult for developers that are not have not been experienced in doing deals themselves, but that need to partner with other larger developers to actually obtain pre-development funding. And so this fund, these dollars would go a long way to assisting those developers as graduates of the program in getting their developments off the ground and getting those sought-after costs that are necessary for them to make their proposals viable and fundable by funding institutions.
Thank you. Do you have additional questions, Alder Wahila?
I think if Saran is here, maybe she can talk about her experience about this program and what was her takeaway from this program, if she is able to.
Alder, she is not in the room.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. So then, Alder Evers, questions?
Yes, for Matt Miklajeski, please.
Go ahead.
Matt, in 2021, we established a land banking policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have access to that land banking policy in front of you?
Yes.
Could you do me a favor, please? Would you read, starting with the program objective, the first two paragraphs?
Sure. So it indicates that this program is for the acquisition of land and buildings that could be used for future economic development, affordable housing projects, and other city uses. The goal of this program is to acquire strategic properties for future purposes that might include assisting displaced businesses, reducing blight, stabilizing housing markets, improving the quality of life of residents in neighborhoods, and preserving land for city purposes.
So is it safe to suggest that the clear intention of the policy is to acquire land and buildings for future economic development?
Economic development and affordable housing.
And affordable housing. So that means we use this fund to buy land principally, and sometimes existing buildings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahila, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Matt, I want to ask a follow-up question in regards to Alder Evers. So when the LISC program, when the graduates goes from the program and graduate from the program and flip houses, that entails economic developments and affordable housing. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry.
So just to rephrase the question is, if an ACRE graduate were to take property and redevelop that property, would that constitute economic development? Is that the question?
Yes.
I mean, generally, yes, it most likely would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
Yes, Mayor, this is a question for Matt. So we've worked with ACRE graduates before on projects in Madison, correct?
Yes,
Matt?
that's correct.
And that the graduates that excuse me, the graduates that we have worked with have mainly come out of Milwaukee. Is that correct? I could be wrong.
Yes, it's only been in recent years that we have started sending Madison residents to the LISC Milwaukee program. So yes, the LISC grads that we've worked with to date are Milwaukee-based.
So this program really is looking at cultivating our own graduates of the ACRE program for development here in Madison, correct?
Yes, it's been our goal to help Madison area residents join the ACRE program and then ultimately do development projects in the city of Madison.
And in that development opportunities, we are looking at affordable housing. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers, another question?
Yeah, just real quick, Matt. When we talk of land banking, who's buying the land?
Typically, the city is the purchaser.
So the fund, as I understand it, was set up so that the city could strategically purchase parcels of land for the purpose of future development. We identify a parcel. We say this is strategically located. We could do affordable housing or some kind of business development there. But the purpose of this fund explicitly in our policy was for the purchase of property to be owned by the city until such a time another transaction could take place. Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes, with an eye towards the fact that we would partner with generally a private developer then to then sell the property to and then to proceed with the development. So for example, when we dispose of like other city property that we no longer need, it's through a surplus property process. But in this case, we buy the property for the purpose of in the future selling it to a private developer that would then move forward with that private project.
And at no point in the 5-page document that is the land banking fund policy did it envision something other than that, where we would use this money to give a grant or provide funds for some related activity within the real estate industry, like pre-development costs that did not. That's, to me, doesn't sound like something that's covered anywhere in this 5-page document.
It is not. That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. It looks like Mr. Wachter wants to weigh in as well.
The other Matt took all of my points.
Okay. I don't think you're interchangeable, but Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. The amendment says that the criteria we figured out later, but if this passes, if somebody could at least answer, this would just apply to Madison, though. Even though this is a Milwaukee program, it doesn't seem to be clear in here that that this would just apply to stuff in Madison, purchases in Madison, as well as graduates from Madison.
Yes, this would definitely apply only to projects that are located within the city of Madison.
Okay.
And I suspect that would be one of the criteria we would develop.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other alders in the queue for questions. Oh, Alder Evers, is it more questions? Alder Evers? Did you have additional questions?
No questions.
Okay. We'll put you first in the queue for discussion then. So it's moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Evers? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Hold on, Alder. Alder Paulson has questions?
Yeah, I just had a real quick question for Matt Mikolajewski. How much of the land banking fund have we used this year?
So we have actually not used a lot of the actual land banking fund itself. And the reason for that is because we have been buying properties through the land banking program, but using tax increment financing to cover those costs. So we had, do you know the number?
So we have committed this year of our $4.6 million. We've committed roughly $4 million with the recent Centro acquisition. But to finish Matt's sentence, we have been using TIF in a number of occasions, so it doesn't show up in the program, but we've been using the land banking criteria. We just have an alternate funding source sometimes.
Okay, and then sort of a guess for what we might do in 2023, what we've got for kind of targets and.
I'll say of the 6 to 8 properties that we've acquired with the program, less than half of them have cost under $1 million. So occasionally we do purchase properties in the $500,000 to $600,000 range, but it's usually because we're assembling small pieces together. Otherwise, a number of the properties are in the $1 to $2 million range.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, is it a question?
You said that we have committed $4 million. And do you anticipate using the $1 million that we have right here if you don't have TIF funding?
So right now, of things that we've committed, it's $4 million this year. I don't know that we've identified anything for next year yet.
I mean, but it's in this money that just rolls anyway. Right?
So far, yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, thank you. Now I believe I have no other alders with questions, so Alder Evers will go to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. You know, I fully support the concept here. It's in ways similar to the last amendment, a great idea worthy of support, but taking money from the wrong, going to the wrong pot of money and doing so, trying to change a policy that we voted on. We voted on a policy to set up this land banking fund to strategically, to place the city in a strategic advantage to make those kinds of purchases, a lot on the south side, leading to the renaissance on the south side, economic development of all sorts. It's just not it's contrary to our policy. Money taken from this is money that's not available to purchase land for the express purpose of doing subsidized affordable housing and affordable retail. So I just, I would suggest that we vote this down and that the program find another source of funds that we can support. But we should not, again, then if we open up the land banking fund for another good organization or concept, we're going to be rating this fund contrary to our policy. Why would we vote and put in place a policy that says it has an express purpose and then say, oh, but we could use it for these other things too? So for that reason, I won't be supporting that. And I ask that my colleagues do the same to vote this down. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, what's been discussed tonight is always difficult to make decisions. We are policymakers and we have to take stand and make decisions. This is not for an organization, this is Madison, along partnership with the city of Milwaukee. Our graduates, when they come back to Madison, they're stuck. They don't have anything that they can be able to do to motivate them and to do the program. The policy itself says it's economic development and affordable housing. Like I said earlier, the LISC program is specifically for that. Economic development, affordable housing, when these graduates flip houses so that they can be able to use their skills and knowledge that they learned from the ACRE program. So again, it's not my program, it's not my district program, this is program for the city of Madison, so that our graduates can be able to look forward to something that they can really have experience that's meaningful to them. And also it's specifically to the city of Madison. So again, if we are policymakers, we don't have to go back and say, we need to follow process. The process still there. It's for economic development and for affordable housing. So I'll urge you to support these graduates so that they can be able to motivate themselves and do a program that's really substantially beneficial to them as well as to the city of Madison. Again, we have scarcity of affordable housing. We don't have houses. We don't have surplus that they can be able to flip. But this is the only alternative, and it's only $300,000, which is not significant like other cities or other areas that are investing in it. So I hope you will vote for this so that you can empower these graduates and be champion policymakers for the city of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I really like this program in concept. Many of our folks who came to testify tonight will often talk about how the evil developers are the money power running the city. It's like that's probably not really true, but it certainly is. It is a way to build wealth, and certainly a lot of the developers are very wealthy. And I think expanding that group of folks who are developers and are building wealth in the city, I think this is a great program. Now, I don't particularly like taking the money out of the land bank money. I would rather leave that for land bank. I don't understand quite why we needed to do that in the capital budget. I think we should just amend this to just do $300,000 straight up GO money and be done with it, and leave the land banking alone. We don't need to shift this around, but I do want to clarify that the land banking policy is not about money. This is just taking the money to fund this program. It has no magic to do with the land banking policy. The land banking policy is about what are we doing with the parcels that we buy, and it's the policy around for that. So the land banking policy is saying that we can't go and buy some land. We can't use the land banking money to buy a parcel that we're going to build as a new clubhouse for Bucky Badger. That's not something we would consider. We can use for affordable housing, but we can't use it for a new sports stadium. That's what the policy is written about, not about exactly where does the money go shifting around. This money shifting is nothing other than any other transfer between two funds. There's nothing more magical about that. I think we should leave the land banking money there for land, because there's stuff that is coming up. We spent quite a bit last year. There are a lot of opportunities coming up this year. I think we should leave the money in the land banking. I think we should amend this to be just straight up GO money and move on.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting this for this reason. In Milwaukee, this has been very successful because there exist many properties where it can be redeveloped, and the skills of a diverse population, they can do that. But in Madison, and it's been said, is that developers, you can look all over Madison and you see the huge cranes going up. These are large developers. It is very challenging for a developer, a minority developer, to gain experience and to gain experience here in Madison. This creates the opportunity to build wealth in the population that we are talking about. We are always talking about providing opportunities for, and we use the term BIPOC, we're always talking about that. I remember when we were looking for a minority developer to build the Employment and Training Center, it was very difficult to find a developer to do that, and to have an experienced developer do that. It was hand-holding, it was mistakes, but they powered through that. And now they are established enough where they can bid on projects, and those projects are successful. If we don't start creating an opportunity for developers to come and do the same thing in Madison, we must create those opportunities. This is a way to create opportunities for individuals trained in the program that is in Milwaukee, that is very, very successful, and bring those skills into Madison. And all of the development that's going up all around Madison, we need to make sure that small developers, specifically developers of color have the opportunity to get into that field. And this is an opportunity to shift that responsibility and for them to start building that base. So I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this amendment, really, I think for two reasons. Number one, I definitely do not support taking money out of the land banking fund. There was a lot of work that went into funding that, to creating the policy around it. And if anything, I think we should be looking to add more money to that fund. I think it's easily one of the highest leverage actions that we can take as a city to purchase land and to control the destiny of that, to work with developers to build affordable housing, other sorts of economic development. So I definitely do not support taking money out of that fund. Separately, the question of if we were going to take $300,000 of capital funding, is this the best use of that? I really struggle there as well. I understand that the program would be created if we pass these funds. We don't really know exactly what we're talking about, but just from the description, we're essentially giving money to graduates of this program to help cover pre-development costs. You know, if those are pre-development costs to build affordable housing, that could make sense to me. But as it's written, there's nothing there. So somebody could simply be making a real estate transaction, just basically building wealth. But because they're a graduate of this program, they're going to get some amount of money, 50 grand, who knows what the amounts are. And sure, I guess that's, helping the individuals in this program, but I don't see how that's a good use of $300,000. I would much rather see us add $300,000 to the land banking fund itself or to the affordable housing fund. If we're interested in trying to help with pre-development costs, which can be challenging, especially for smaller developers, especially for affordable housing, then let's put it there and have it available for pre-development costs associated with affordable housing. So I do not support this amendment.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So this policy was like one of my first votes on the Housing Strategy Committee, which totally, in the place I was that I really didn't know what that meant. That day I discovered that meant policy, no offense. But so I found myself sitting there with all these developers to argue this policy, and to prepare for that, I actually had to go around and have someone translate that policy to me in plain English, like people like Justice and other elders, so I can have an informed vote or an informed discussion. And I remember that meeting because I had a lot of questions, and I had a lot of questions about the RESG analysis that I also took the time to evaluate. So nowhere in all of that learning experience was there a hint of interpretation where it stated that this policy was meant to do what this amendment is asking for. So there was, like I said, I came in to do the final vote, but that policy took a long time to put together, a long risk analysis teamwork to get it out there. And we, as a council, passed that policy. Once again, if you want to make changes to the policy, then have it sent back to the committee, and they can come back to us with something different. For those reasons, I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We have 20 minutes before we have to vote whether or not we automatically adjourn at midnight. I have 5 alders in the queue. Let me just suggest that many things have been said, but not everybody needs to say them. Alder Madison.
So when I added my name here, it was mostly because I was confident we end up having this discussion. So having served on Economic Development Committee and now serving in my district and dealing with developers in both spaces, the developers who are coming to me or I have the most engagement with rarely, if ever, look like me or other folks of color in this space. And so when I saw this, I thought that this will open up opportunities for us to sort of get to this goal again around shared prosperity. It was my understanding that
we're getting economic development like we're giving economic development for economic development. Like I didn't see much difference in it. And so I felt like this would get us closer to having developers of color who are right here at home that we can turn to, and maybe I would end up in a meeting with someday. So for me, I supported it mostly so we can have this question, and so for we can have this discussion, and for most folks to ask themselves, who are the developers we are most likely to engage with, and will we most likely engage with developers of color? Like, what's our pathway to get to discussions with developers of color here in Madison? So that's my thinking.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson?
Yes, I have an amendment that I've emailed out to all of you, which would just change the funding source to be new GEO money instead of twiddling with the affordable or the land banking money. So I think it's straightforward. If we want to do this, we could pass it, and I would appreciate a second.
Is there a second? Second for discussion. Alder Harrington McKinney will second for the purposes of discussion. Alder Paulson?
I think it's straightforward. I like this program. I don't like where the money's coming from. We can get more money from somewhere else. I've got somewhere else to get more money from. If we want to keep going with the program, great. If your hang-up was the source of the money, solve that. If your problem is something else with it, then we can vote against it and go home for the night.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett? We're now on the amendment.
Just come back to
I'll come back to you, Alder. Alder Abbas on the amendment?
And I thank you so much. I will be very brief. I absolutely echo what Alder Madison said. It's extremely important as a community. I understand some of us also want to invest more in affordable housing, which is great. We should. But also we need to remember there are a lot of barriers for community of color. Regardless these graduate, I'm just making assumption here, if they start building market rate homes or affordable housing, both situation is plus for us, and they're generating wealth for themselves and for others, providing livable, better housing. And especially there is a huge barrier in this city. We hardly find as a woman in real estate business, white woman, right? But forget about person of color. Hardly you see. There is, like, I can count on my finger. African American, I just count. There's 2 developers I know in whole city of Madison. Perhaps Matt Wachter have better numbers and data. And there are so many barriers. I think so. This is an excellent program. This is our commitment and our value. We should put money behind it. And I appreciate Alder Paulson to really get that question out from the question about where the money come. And I think so it should be a very straightforward vote for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
I echo what Alder Abbas said. I think that this program is long overdue, especially for Madison. It's been extremely successful in Milwaukee, and we deserve the same success here in Madison. I appreciate Alder Paulson, who types obviously faster than me, and I appreciate the substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to discuss, so the motion before us is the Paulson amendment to change the source of funding from the land banking program to GEO borrowing. On that amendment, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection. Roll call has been requested. So the amendment before us is to change the source of funding from the land banking program to GEO borrowing. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called. And the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Heck? No. No. Madison? Aye. Aye. Miadze? Aye. Aye. Paulson? Aye. Aye. Fair? Aye. Aye. Tischler? No. Verveer? Aye. Aye. Vitiver? No. Wahelia?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Benford?
Aye.
Aye. Bennett?
Yes.
Aye. Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Conklin? Curry? Aye. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Figueroa Cole? No. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman? Aye. Harrington McKinney? Aye. And Alder Conklin? Aye. 16 ayes and 4 noes.
With 16 ayes, the amendment is amended, the motion is amended. And we're back to the main. So now to vote on the use of $300,000 from geo borrowing for acre pre-development costs. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Yes, so there's objection. We'll have a roll call. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll. Well, we'll hold while she gets another sheet. Alder Conklin?
Ask for clarification then, so it passed, so we're gonna use the GO funding, so 300,000 from the GO to start this program, is that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the amendment was adopted, right? So now we are voting to establish the program with geo borrowing.
Okay, thank you.
Good? Yeah. All right, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Heck? No. Madison? Aye. Aye. Miadze? No. Paulson? Aye. Aye. Fair? Aye. Tischler? No. Verveer? Aye. Vitiver? No. Wahelia?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Benford?
Aye.
Aye. Bennett?
Come back.
Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Conklin? Aye. Curry? Aye. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Figueroa Cole? No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman? Aye. Harrington McKinney? Aye. And Alder Bennett?
Yes.
Aye. 14 ayes and 6 noes.
With 14 ayes, that item passes. I'm taking a risk here, folks. I do not think we should move on to Amendment 3 at this hour. However, would there be any objection to us trying to dispense with Amendment 8? All right. Alder Carter, would you move Amendment 8, please?
Move adoption on Amendment 8.
Is there a second? There's a second. Are there any questions for staff on Amendment 8? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 8? Seeing no objection, Amendment 8 will pass. Thank you all. Appreciate knocking another one off. I'm afraid that I don't think we can do any of the rest of them, so President Furman.
I'd like to move the remainder of our agenda, including the item we're currently considering, to tomorrow.
Moved and seconded to recess this meeting and move the balance of our agenda to tomorrow's night's meeting. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Alder Furman?
Move adjournment.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are recessed.